Oh man. Shouts out to Nightish. Shouts out to Nightish. Ruthless, you crazy. Ruthless, you fucking crazy. God is the divine of all things. Okay, we all know that. But who did he leave in charge? Welcome to the support Nightish. Please support that man. Please support that man. This is We-On-Loc Nation. We're just doing some live interactions today. What I feel that a lot of YouTubers, up and coming YouTubers, small YouTubers get absolutely no respect, I tell you. No respect. Rest in peace, Rodney Dangerfield. But this is some crazy shit. No, I was just over at Nightish's platform. And I guess they were, why do y'all always lean on the Bible as a talking point? That's just asinine. It's asinine but ruthless as well. What happened was this dude Ruthless. I love Ruthless, but sometimes he just needs to just be quiet. I guess what happened was they were converting back to the Garden of Eden. And again, we're blaming it on women now. We're blaming everything on women. And the woman ate of the fruit, and I was like, well, Adam got his orders not to eat of the tree. Right? He got his orders from God not to eat of the tree. And then Adam gave it, and then Adam, I guess, gave it to Eve. But, the snake, blah, blah, the devil, blah, 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 blah. Everybody knows that, he was manipulated. Da, 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 da. You listen to Ruthless's slow ass. It was entertaining. We had, Truth asked them at least 2 questions that could be easily answered. I mean, but I'm not even on that tip right now. We're just doing reactionary videos. Let me get into my shit right now. Last time I was supposed to do this, but I totally forgot. But Jesus Christ. But anyway, Venus, very good, bright person. She came out with a live stream yesterday. Well, she was in her car, and this is to be true. When you have a whole bunch of people up on your platform, if you don't know how to control your platform within, then it's going to be quite difficult for you to do so, because you have many personalities with different types of opinions, some less than others. And then you got people who don't like each other. That's going to be a difficult situation, right? So without further ado, I'm just going to start at a particular point, because I was supposed to do this the other day. Shouts out to my baby girl Venus.
But nah, yeah, I don't know. Is it my turn yet?
Yes. I'm sorry. Oh my God.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, don't do drugs. All right.
Uh-oh.
Damn. But no, what was I trying to say?
Well, we got Black Men Unfiltered in
I
the
definitely,
bullshit.
when it comes to wives and start, I've actually said that a lot with people starting businesses and stuff. I don't understand. One of the things I don't understand is when single women say they get the bag or they talk about a bag, but they're talking about it as an independent woman. I really don't think a single independent woman could ever make as much money collectively as a group of married women can make. The reason why they don't really quantify this, but the reason why married women are always going to hold all of the wealth is because they can build anything off the back of a working man, right? If you work your ass off as a woman, right? My mom stopped working at the age of 42. And then she became like an international lace distributor because her friend was doing it. She went to the different countries in Europe buying up lace to sell to all groups of people, to, you know, their native garbs and clothes and all that type of shit, because her husband was holding the shit down. You see what I'm saying? She could travel, she could try stuff, the business could fail, she could invest more into it, she could hire somebody for marketing, she could use all the money she had to invest inside of a business. So that's why I'm saying, like, the partnership between a man and a woman, once a man has everything taken care of, the world is the woman's oyster. She could build anything out of that. Like most of these home businesses that you see women start, they have enough cash to infuse in them because they don't have to worry about bills or nothing.
I guess my only issue with what you're saying is you're speaking of potential, right? And I agree. If you have a man who is providing, then yeah. If there's some excess funds, then yeah, you have the potential if you know to and build business. But the problem with what you're saying is that you don't think single women can outperform. I've made more money than married women I know, and that's like in a year, like easily.
So that's not what I'm saying.
But the two of them.
So I'm trying to make some adjustments, but I'm gonna let this play a little bit, and then I'll get to what I'm getting to.
Sometimes they could still be struggling though, so I don't think it's a guarantee.
So
just because somebody has a husband, but I understand
this is what I'm saying. Two is always going to be better than one. Yes, you will individually make more. You can. It's a toss up. Who's going to make more money? But if you ever fall on hard times, you don't have nothing to fall back on. She does. That's all I'm saying. The group, like
that's true.
So that's what I'm saying. Y'all could be doing the same job in the same position with the same salary. You get sick and run out of PTO. You see what I'm saying? She got a backup plan, and the single women don't. That's all I'm saying. So, what usually ends up happening realistically is that the man and the woman work their asses off. They work tirelessly. You see what I'm saying? Together, they raise their children together. Because one of these things.
Okay, I hope you can hear.
Things about people being married with young children like me, yo, when this shit first pops off, you're fucking broke. Okay, me and my wife both made 6 figures and we were broke. Y'all know what broke means? Not having enough money to put, like, childcare is a fucking expense. You see what I'm saying? Aftercare, just so y'all can work and invent yourselves.
That's why I'm for housewives too, because well, what I do as an esthetician, I service a lot of women, right? And I'm not a mom, but I service a lot of moms. And that kept coming up. Oh, it doesn't make sense for me to work because most of my check goes to childcare.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're really freaking broke. And what happens is, as soon as y'all start to scale up a little bit, he starts getting promoted. And where people usually start these businesses, they get really good at whatever they're doing, and they find a way to branch off of it. Right? So, I was in the military. I started taking a liking.
Mike, you're a liar.
Ma'am, please don't cut me off. Please, just wait your turn. Respectfully. All right? Just wait your turn. All right, so I started taking a liking to guns, right? So then I just started following the people around who knew what they were doing. And I learned how to take them apart, put them back together, I stood around and listened to the people while they taught the classes. So what did I start doing in my own time? I went and got certified to teach those classes, and I started my own business. So people usually work.
And you take big
Oh,
women
ma'am,
and throwing them up.
ma'am.
All right, Sherry, I dropped you because, like, you know, we got to be respectful. Okay, I want to hear what he says.
But yeah, like I know women that worked. My mom had her own beauty supply store because she worked at a beauty supply store, right? So then she branched off, did her own thing, and then retired.
Your
When my dad
mama
started making,
didn't have her.
God
Hmm.
damn,
I'm gonna have to leave you down there because you're not listening. And then after you finish, I want to go to Black Man Unfiltered. This is his first time here.
man, go ahead. I'm over it, man. You done blew my fucking heart.
Yeah, you can bring her back up if you like. I'd love to have that opposition.
The
Okay.
Asians. The Asians. The Asians. And I'm going to say it again. The Asians. You a fucking liar and you're lying.
All right.
Yeah, I
Thank
would
you.
just, yeah, I would
Second,
just
I'm
like,
sorry. I just want to acknowledge this. Auntie, thank you for the $20. He says the number one reason for breakups/divorces is finances. A 50-50 agreement for finances helps to protect your relationship from a fallout over bills. That's one less thing to argue about. Okay, go ahead, Black Man Unfiltered.
I want to first start out to say, speaking to everybody, how y'all doing tonight? Y'all doing okay?
Yes, how you doing?
Doing pretty good, doing pretty good. Also, I want to say that cocaine is a powerful drug. I'll start with that.
Why did somebody tell me I was on mute? But anyway, why we need to disrespect them? Why we disrespect the lady? Well, the lady was being disrespectful to us. That's just how she is. Venus let them up there. I'm like, after a while, I'm like, oh, okay, Sherry, okay, all right, we get it. Just stay in the chat. Stay in the chat. If you want to do all that, stay in the chat. But we don't have to be disrespectful, y'all. In my opinion.
Um, but on the subject, do you have a question you want to ask me, or did you want me to go off of what the title of the show is?
How do you feel? You can answer that. We didn't get there yet. Or you can answer, how do you feel about 50-50? This came up because I played a clip of Cardi B saying that even she goes 50-50. And then I remember that Gabrielle Union says she goes 50-50. So we were talking about these millionaires who are okay with going 50-50 and how whether or not regular
Fuck
women.
out of our country, foreigners.
All right, so I'll say this: when it comes to the 50-50 thing, I don't think it exists. Let me tell you what I mean by that. There's a lot.
Yo, get out of our country.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, Wonder Bread, chill out for a second. Listen. So, I think that there's no such thing.
My nigga. Once again, Just go to your point, though. Wonder Bread, really, nigga. We don't want to get into name calling now, do we? We don't want to get into any jokes now, do we? Just saying. We want to keep it respectful, right?
Very
I think,
Wonder Bread.
yeah, absolutely, ma'am. Hey, listen, it's not my fault that someone put cocaine in your Cheerios and you might mentally scarred.
Go back to your motherfucking country continent and stay out of our country.
Why do we have what? I don't even know what to say. If you like drama, if you like any type of attention like that, that's on you. That is totally on you. What's up, Steven? That is totally on you. But at some point, if you want a serious conversation or you just want entertainment, if you want just the entertainment part, I understand that. But where does the seriousness come in? You can't have both at this point. You can't have both. So, good Lord Jesus.
Absolutely, ma'am. Are you in hospice?
Go back to where you came from.
I came from
back. I am an American.
You are a drug addict. So back to what I was saying. Yeah, you are a drug addict who is in hospice. It's just a matter of time. So back to what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by the drug addict who is in hospice.
Yeah.
So I think there's some.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I don't follow it. I don't follow Empress Janet, and I could give two fat shakes facts of a rat's ass what she does over there in the channel or channels. Wish her the best of luck. He said, did you see the recent Empress Janet kerfuffle? She's pretending to be in a abusive relationship. You dodged the bullet. I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised. She was fake from the very beginning. I don't know. I don't care. She's a dead file, and I wish not for her name to be brought up ever again in life. But thank you for sharing that with us. And also the exact same thing with the Umar sector. All of them are dead files at this moment. And yeah. Moving on.
No such thing. I think that in certain situations when women are millionaires, before they become millionaires,
for 15 cents a day, I could get rid of you. Bye, bitch. Okay. For 15 cents a day.
Okay. And then my question would be, after they pour the salt in the bowl, is separate her salt from your salt. You will be unable to do that, and that's how you should look at marriage when it comes to the finances. It shouldn't be she makes more money than him, he makes more money than her. It should be everything going into one pot. We're taking care of everything. We're vacationing. We're not sitting here counting the numbers to decide who has the bigger dick.
I had a lot of thought in that, meaning the whole one pot scenario. I mean, it works for some marriages, not all. That's what I'm saying. But my question would be, what does she get out the deal? What does she get out the deal? What do you get out the deal? Are bills going to be paid? Does she get an allowance? Which I don't like that word allowance, because my mother and my father gave me an allowance, and we're not children, we're adults. So I'm not willing to give my wife an allowance. Her money is her money. When we need to get paid, we get paid. Or when we get paid, we pay bills and we get it out the way. What she does with her money is what she does with her money. But when it comes to serious conversations, to where if we need to get a house or we need to get something of importance, we get something for the children, that's when we come together and say, hey, the kids need this, the kids need, to live in better conditions, then we do that. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be one pot of what? Money? Nah. What's yours is yours, what's mine is mine at the end of the day. Like I said, if we need to truly do something with that money that we have earned, then we know as a family, as husband and wife, as as human beings, we know how to come together and as one. So.
We're counting the number. We're not sitting here doing that. We're working together cohesively to make sure everything is taken care of, that we have that you can have some type of legacy for your children, that you're able to travel, and that you're able to live comfortably while you're working. So 50-50 doesn't exist, because how can 50-50 exist when biblically the Bible says when you become married, you become one entity. One entity can't split 50-50. Everything is one. Everything is a whole. So you can't split that. So that's
okay. So Black Man, then maybe you agree with Sean. I think Sean, if I understood you right, I think Sean was saying the 50-50 conversation is for single people then who live together.
100%.
But see, that's not true though. Because I mean, if you go back to the Cardi B shit, that's what I'm saying. If she got a man that's not even 50% in, she has to do 50%. She has no choice, because any day her man can be through with her. You know what I'm saying? They talking about divorce now. So she doesn't have a choice but to do 50-50.
Yes, and to Taz's point, also to Taz's point,
50 guys is a roommate. That's not a husband. That's a roommate.
Ma'am.
God, that is annoying. But to Taz's point, he is correct. Because at some point in time, one or the other, or maybe both, are going to need what's called assistance. If the man is wounded, if he is down and out, if he is sick, then the woman is going to have to take over his estate, depending upon how many weeks, months he's out for the count. But if it happens to the woman, very same thing. You would just have to hope for the best and make just enough money to support one over the other. Like when I was in COVID, right? I had enough money, my funds to give to my wife so she can help pay, I can still help pay the bills. Or if I didn't have anything, she had enough money to cover most of the bills. And vice versa, when she was sick, I had to take over. Right? That's oneness to me. Oneness is enough. We are enough. We are at harmony with ourselves to deal with any situation that comes our way, even in rough times. Well, I mean, to each his own. If you like the one pot rule, then it's on you. But over here it's like, I'm good with it.
Yeah, ma'am. Let me tell you something.
I'm far from your man. Watch
Ma'am, you're upset. Listen, does not exist because marriage brings, and I'm gonna say it from this because I don't want to do the extremes. But when you get married, we understand, and I can't make everybody believers in what marriage is based on and where it comes from, the existence of marriage. But I will say that if you're married under the biblical sense of marriage, when the man and the woman comes together, they become together as one. So if they're one entity, you can't do 50-50 with one entity. Even so if you're one, if God says, hey,
yes, you can do 50-50.
You two are together, and I see you guys as one, not two, not individuals, but I see you guys as one entity. Then that means my thought can't be separated from hers, and what I make is hers, and what she makes is mine, and we build off of that together. So when people say, "Oh, when you're in a relationship,"
that's why you have banks. I don't mind having separate banks. I don't mind it at all. Not everybody makes that much money. Let's just keep it 100. Not everybody makes that much damn money to the point where I'll have one bank. I got one bank here, and I got one bank for all of our money to come together. We don't carry that much. We don't. Not all of us. 6 people. You don't even have to be 6 figures either. I mean, inflation is real. Inflation is so real. I can see if we have a bank for our children, a separate bank that we can put money in for our children, but one bank for me, one bank for her, another bank for our finances to become one, and another bank for our children. If you see it happening like that, then God bless you. But not everybody has the finances to do that. That's just my opinion.
When you're not married, then you're not under that tutelage because you're not married. And people who are married just for the kids, or can say, "Oh, they're married for the kids," I think that's an extreme. I would consider that to be extreme because people really ain't going to admit that. But if they're doing that for that reason, that is them. But I'm not going to say that's the majority of marriage, because some people have built a lot of wealth or built a lot of things and raised a lot of great children based on the fact of oneness, teaching oneness. We're not separate from each other when we're married because we're on the law of marriage.
Yeah,
so I don't know if you're aware of the extremely high divorce rates, but
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. 75% in the Black community. We're almost at 75% divorce rate, and I think that's not the reason. One of the reasons is financial. One of the reasons is for infidelity. That's the top two: finances and infidelity. So yes, I do understand the number. Yeah, finances and infidelity. So when I say the 75% of people who are going through,
I don't know where you got 75% from. I got 30.8, but the financial part, I would agree with.
Divorce, that is one thing. Absolutely, I agree. But that's the thing. I'm looking at the point of who's teaching who. Who's sitting down with these couples and saying, listen, the oneness. Who's really teaching oneness, right? Because some women are going into marriage listening to what mama said and not what God said, or what mama and auntie them said, and not what the husband is saying, right?
So mama said, "Don't make sure you understand, bro, because I'm not talking about going in anymore. I'm talking about once you've been in it 5 years, it ain't working. You know it ain't gonna work, but to separate it is gonna hurt worse. So you just stay together. That happens more than acknowledge it.
You're supposed to do that anyway, though, because you're supposed to do that anyway. Because if you go down the vows, what do they say? Rich or poor, sickness.
You teaching men and women today, nigga? What are you teaching other than your hurt? You ain't teaching nobody but hurt. You are.
And we have to understand how damaging it is, because when the man works, it's.
Sorry, each time she talks, I gotta skip. I gotta skip over that. It's just annoying to the core.
It's always under the assumption that what he has is for everybody. And the only time we start talking about divvying up anything is when the woman has any means. And that's not right. All right.
Exactly.
Whatever I make, it belongs to everybody. My wife can eat from it. My children can eat from it. If my parents are sick and elderly, they can eat from it. Okay. So there's no way in hell I'm going to be married.
We do the same thing.
Sherry,
on.
Miss Sherry, please wait your turn. I'm almost done. So there's no way in hell the lady of the house, my wife, my namesake, is going to bring home something and keep it to herself. I believe when people cite finances as a reason for divorce, this financial infidelity thing is very high on the top of the list. I think people.
Wait a minute. Okay, explain something to me. Maybe somebody can explain it. Somebody, if you want to, you can hit the link. But maybe I'm in the wrong field. Let me get this right. So for two people that become one, when it comes to financial endeavors, money, credit cards, what you got? Money, credit cards, etc., etc. You got you might invest in Robinhood, or you have gold and silver, whatever. Because I at one point I told my wife to invest in some gold and some silver, but she didn't want to do it, so I said, okay, whatever. So I invested in some silver, right? And I'm really trying to figure this out. This is some hard shit, because at one point we're arguing family, we're yelling family, but at the same time we're arguing patriarchy. It just sounds patriarchy to me. It doesn't sound like oneness. Because in these days, a woman is going to make her money regardless. If a woman doesn't have the ability to work, obviously she's going to lean on the man. But in my years of living, I have never heard or never saw a woman be dependent on her man. My mother had to work. My grandmother had to work. My great grandmother had to slave. The people I know, they're not lazy either. So when it comes to finances, a woman has to give up her paycheck, and I might be wrong. She has to give up her paycheck to the man. Am I reading that wrong? I must be reading that wrong. I don't want my wife's paycheck. I don't want my wife's paycheck. Whatever she makes, she keeps. She knows necessarily what to spend it on. And again, not everybody makes a surrogate amount of money. That is almost unrealistic at this point, unless we get a financial boost, and we ain't gonna get it from the government. You can forget that. We had to fight tooth and nail just to get raises. And even with the raises that we recently have right now, that's still not enough. Everything is getting raised. So this is the reason why I say that one pot in this shit is out the door for me. It might work, and again, it might work for certain married couples. It might just work, and I'm not gonna knock you for that. I just don't see it. Let's get back into it.
If you don't have one pot, if you aren't working to be transparent with your finances, it's a breeding ground to hide shit. And that's
are you saying it's only black people having this conversation, bro?
Black people have no. I'm saying the 50-50. What's mine is mine. The one pot thing. I've never seen anybody else having this discussion. My thing is everybody on Earth has. Hold on. Everybody in America. Everybody in America, no matter what ethnic group you are, has educated women that make tons of money.
Culture is different.
Has tons of money. Nobody is having this particular discussion ad nauseum like Black American people. 50-50 is all over you.
Black American people.
I disagree with that one. Even white folks are starting to talk about financial shit. It's just that it's never caught on YouTube, in my opinion.
Yeah, what he really want to say.
Definitely ain't nobody having ad nauseum, but it is a topic of conversation in all communities. But the bad part, I think, with black folks is that we're not even putting the marriages up to balance out the conversation. We are the most unmarried community in America, but we talking about relationships more than anybody on social media. Come on, man.
And that's the most green card marriages ass motherfuckers in America. Y'all are the most green.
You see what I mean? This is not going to work. I mean, I can't tell a person what to do. I really can't. But if you're willing to have chaos and destruction, well, not saying that Sherry is chaotic. I mean, she can be, but obviously you have to have somebody there to control her. But she gonna keep doing what she doing. But she's not the only one.
You are
not my husband, bitch.
Turn the camera on.
Yo, Ray. Yo, Ray.
There it go, bitch.
Yo, that boy Dusto. That boy Dusto, we always used to come around and be like, yo, is this a dust fan or what? Or this, that, and the third? Now I understand why he acts. Now I see why he be acting.
Turn the camera on.
Turn the camera on. He be making them fucking
I am far from ugly, bitch.
Sherry, can I say something, Sherry?
Can I say something, Sherry? I was born in the 50s, bitch.
Okay, Sherry.
Wait,
Turn the camera on.
She got the
So
camera.
do I give you the license to be disrespectful?
Put the face in the camera. Put the face in the camera. Come on.
I look good for my
Shit. Back up.
God damn it.
Filtered.
Look at that nursing home ceiling.
$20 to drop black men.
Really? That's what you want is a nursing home ceiling trigger.
Hey, walk to the nurse's station so I can tell them you.
Okay, Sherry. Okay. He's gone, Sherry. He's gone. So I was just going to ask a question to the.
Who dropped Black Man Unfiltered? See what I'm talking about? Who the hell dropped Black Man Unfiltered? And that's one of the reasons why I don't do bounties. If I feel the need to drop you, I'll just drop you. That's one of the reasons why I do bounties. I guess it's a financial thing going on. I guess.
married, because I was going to the married couples on here. Since is it? Because I agree that 50-50 is not really the exact thing. It's not really a thing. Do you guys in your marriages, is that a thing for you guys, or is it more of like, is it contributing in other ways other than?
They would coincide. How you go from a psychiatrist?
What degrees do I have that don't?
Oh God, Ronnie, come get your girl.
From a psychiatrist to a COB.
She's mixing the medicine.
Expecting the person who's leading with the only fucking thing you value in the first place. I need to make it make sense. You shouldn't be downing hoes, downing people who lead with their sex when you yourself said they don't serve any other purpose at all for you. So I just needed to make sense.
Can I just say something real quick? I guess that would bring more context to the actual question, because the thing about it is, I mean, a man's legacy is actually tied to the woman's vagina, and most men want a legacy. If you want to put it in sex, then
wait. Can we hear that? Can we hear that one more again? I didn't hear that. I don't know. Let me hear that.
You wouldn't have any value.
My final thought: 3 or 4 destroy a nation. They don't support a nation. Destroy it. That's what I can say.
Okay, can I lay out my premise for why I asked this question? I don't know how many of you seen DJ Hamp's show, right? The This Might Be Risky show. But he asked the question to the panel: if you remove the vagina from the woman, I'm paraphrasing, what value do the women have?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And most of them said, without the vagina, she doesn't have any value, right?
Which is asinine and makes no type of sense whatsoever. But this is YouTube.
This is what people like certain people, I'm not gonna say people, this was like not every man, but most of the men on the
we saw it. I saw
it.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just saying for some who didn't see it. So my question now becomes, if you can acknowledge that all you care about and all you value in a woman is her sex, then why are you disrespecting the person who's leading with the only fucking thing you value in the first place? I need to make it make sense. You shouldn't be downing hoes, downing people who lead with their sex when you yourself said they don't serve any other purpose at all for you. So
what about morality? What about honor? What about love? What about respect? What about integrity? We don't have it. A woman doesn't have that. Does a man have that? So we can't come out of our prayer clauses per se and find the necessary woman for the individual. This is what we're saying. What up, Mela?
Hey. Hi.
Hi.
Hey ya. I like what you're reviewing. I just wanted to join in.
Yeah, help me out. You're married, right?
For a long, unfortunate time.
Okay, explain something to me. Maybe this might work for you. So we're both working, right? Because ultimately, I mean, you're not going to get, not everybody makes 6 figures. I'm trying to get this clear. So we're both working. We're both working. We're both making a decent living.
50-50.
I'm 50-50. So are you supposed to hand all the money that you make to me so we can have a better life together, or what are we doing? Or are we just the one pot rule. Are we just putting all our money on in one pot, in one account, and then I give you an allowance? Explain this to me, please.
All right. There is a such thing as a money manager in the family, like somebody who is better suited for, you know, being on time with paying the expenses. There are some people that believe, and dare I say, physically going out to pay bills, and sometimes they don't feel well, so they can't physically go out to pay that bill as their habit dictates. However, you have the more savvy individual who can efficiently shut all those expenses down and pay for them, better than you can. And so if you have the trust factor in play, it does make sense for the person who's good at it to handle that quote unquote fiduciary responsibility. The problem comes in when, in these modern times, and I have to emphasize this sincerely, it's not a foreign concept that people need escape money, right? Let's say hypothetically somebody, flips a switch on you and you got to get out of Dodge, and you don't want to be passed out, especially knowing what you've invested in the pot. So that's a conundrum. Like when you're talking about allowance, right? It's like, for most couples, what they're doing is they're having two separate accounts, and they are responsible for one set of expenses, and the other is responsible for another set of expenses. And when those expenses aren't, adhered to, then, they have a little conference like, hey, what the fuck is going on with you? I thought you were supposed to pay the car insurance, or I thought you were supposed to pay, the utilities, but then they have jointly a vacation fund. And this is the trick, right? The vacation fund with both of them together is up for grabs. See, that's the thing. So you have to decide whether or not you're going to have individual savings accounts where you all will come together when it's time to, make reservations for this vacation. Like it's about trust, man. And in these modern times, people just don't trust each other. They just don't.
I do agree.
And it's no hard feelings attached to it. It's like, look, we can serve one another independently at the same time. It can happen.
That's what I'm saying. But
yeah.
But certain men feel like you don't need to be taking any individual vacations. Like, who am I to tell you? You worked hard enough to where you can have an individual vacation.
Yeah, that's that old fashioned I gotta control you shit.
Especially if you're with your girlfriend. I mean, my wife, she takes trips with the church.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And it's a very wholesome church trip. It ain't got nothing to do with going to Vegas and dropping it hot. It ain't got nothing to do with that. It's about, there's a conference with the group, and you all are going on an excursion. Like it could be, I don't know, like women.
I don't believe that. I don't believe in the whole.
It doesn't have to be weird, is what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be weird.
Nah, I mean, we're all grown adults here. I mean, if you're an adult and I've been,
if you know your spouse,
and Sherry's been knowing Letitia for 10 plus years, I mean, exactly. I think they're truly responsible enough adults. Okay.
Exactly, and that's the point. How well do you know your spouse? If you have no idea of what their character is, then of course you're going to be suspicious at all times. But if you are aware of the dimensions and character and attributes that equate trustworthiness, then stop tripping. Like, did you marry a trustworthy person or not? That's what it boils down to. You know, and don't start now, won't be none. People that are looking for something to be wrong, even if they don't find it, they're still convinced something's wrong because that's a character flaw within themselves. Like they know what they're capable of, right? Maybe they haven't done it yet, but they know they're capable of being grimy. And so all of a sudden they want to project this level of griminess onto their partner. And the partner's looking at them like, if I want to be all that, you know what I'm saying? It's like I think it's about trustworthiness. And
right.
at the same time, don't be no fool.
Listen to this trustworthiness type shit. Ask me if this makes any sense.
I just need it to make sense.
That's right. Can I just say something real quick? I guess that would bring more context to the actual question, because the thing about it is, I mean, a man's legacy is actually tied to the woman's vagina, and most men want a legacy.
The legacy is tied to the woman.
Tied to a woman's vagina.
Okay, she's the Allstate insurance policy for your legacy. Okay. What the fuck? Yeah, I can't stand dumb people, man. It lowers my IQ dealing with dumb folks. And so I have to take it in, intermittent, like, doses. Like I can only take small doses of small dumb people doses. I can't tolerate too much. It's toxic. I just can't tolerate too many dumb people.
Wait.
Statements.
I'm not done. We're not done.
And it continues
to sex. Then you wouldn't have any value. That's what I'm saying. Is like you gotta, I guess, ask the question right. It wasn't about sex. It's like if that's how I took it. If a woman can't really give you a legacy, she's kind of worthless. I mean, I know
they're equating. So whoever's speaking, right, is equating legacy with offspring. They're not equating legacy with merit, demonstrating merit. And this is where a lot of people get the game messed up.
As my brother Zoe Williams would put it, go deeper.
Well, it's about people who are disillusioned enough to believe that their legacy is about their offspring. Those are the ones that have multiple children they can't afford with multiple baby mamas that are mad. Those, they believe their legacy is their offspring, when in fact your legacy is your merit, for the demonstration of your merit for being on this earth. Like, what is your merit? It's no different than saying, oh, my cousin is LL Cool J, so my legacy is being LL Cool J's cousin. No. LL Cool J has his own legacy. I have to demonstrate my own merit. Does that make sense?
Oh, no, it don't make sense, because women are independent. Women, my body, my choice. Women,
but the brother on the panel just said that women hold the key to their legacy, which means that what her womb produces.
Your own legacy. You create your own legacy.
You create your own legacy. And this is what this brother's not identifying who just spoke. He's not identifying that he creates his own legacy. He's dependent on as long as I pump out this sperm and make these babies, then I have a legacy. And that's not what it is. If anything, you're gonna make the legacy of having children who are resentful. If anything, you're gonna make a legacy of resentful children. That's the kind of legacy you're talking about?
You know what I used to say? I used to say, a couple months back, I said, if these certain men, not all of them, but if these certain men would like to, not to
they're
like to
breeders.
turn away from women, if they like to turn away from women, they can just turn gay. That's what I used to say. I say either turn gay or turn white.
Being a breeder for low vibrational thinking individuals, they think breeding is the cat's meow. That's what they think. They think as long as I keep breeding, I mean something.
How are you going to expect to become a king? How do you call yourself a king without a kingdom?
It's just primitive thinking, man.
Without the queen, and I take and I follow Uncle Jeff's lingo. I let my wife, say all that she needs to say, that which is her opinion, some suggestions to, what we need household wise or any other materialistic thing like that. But my word as a man is final. I may take your suggestion in consideration, and I might follow up with it.
Can we be honest for a moment?
Yes.
What would you be without her?
Nowhere.
Exactly. So when you say I let her do that, it gives the inference that, as a matter of fact, the statement you just made.
That sound weird? My bad. Let me clean it up. Let me clean it up.
No, you don't have to correct yourself.
Huh?
No, I congratulate the fact that you have a sound, prosperous marriage. I congratulate that. What I'm indicating is there's a such thing as subliminal influences that American society has given to men. Yes. Like as opposed to denying that your wife enriches you. It's not that you let. And I gotta be careful how I say this, okay? It's not.
It's same thing to her too.
It's like, if she says, for instance, "Oh, I let him change the tires on the car," or "I let him, get the car cleaned out." Like, how would you feel if she say, "Oh, I let him do that"? How would you feel? What do you mean you let me do that? I enjoy serving our marriage. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's like you both do things to enrich one another as you enjoy serving your marriage.
That is correct.
Okay, I'm so I'm wiping my brow. Like, I'm so glad I said that right.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, I'm glad you kind of contextualized it a little bit, because let's just be real. Yes, women have value outside of their vagina. Like, you know what I mean? I think some of the people were being either too literal about it, because what makes you approach in the first place, right? What do we expect from the women that we love? Basically, I chose my wife because I wanted her to be the mother of my children. You know what I mean? Right? And I thought she'd have all of those great attributes. So,
oh man, that's beautiful to hear.
It's not that her only value is sex. I would never say that out of my mouth, and I would never say that about her. But I would not have approached had I not found her attractive. You see what I'm saying? Attractiveness is built in for us. So the first thing I can say that I felt about this woman was, God damn. Like, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Look at that body. I didn't know.
We-On-Loc. Can I say something? May I?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What I heard was really a beautiful sentiment, and it is reminding me of the difference between my first and second husband, right? My first husband was all about you look good. I gotta have you. It wasn't about, oh, we're gonna build this family and I can see my future with you. No, it wasn't about that. It was about me looking good with him. That was that, you know, and I know that now as I'm older. When I was younger, I didn't know, because I married very young. I married him very young, and he was over a decade. He was my elder. You know what I'm saying? So he was, you know, he was able to captivate me. He was able to captivate me with things I didn't understand, and it was fascinating. And I just figured, you know, why not trust him and give him a try? My second husband, right? My second, and that went left, but that's another story. But my second husband, he was all about encouragement, development, realistic goals. You know, he was a producer. I'll put it that way. He was a producer. He wasn't an exploiter. You know what I'm saying? My first husband, no, he didn't set me out to nobody. I don't mean exploitation in that way. But like the sexier I am, the more he loved me type of thing. My second husband accepts me for me. However, it is not without critique on both sides. Like, we will critique one another. It's just that the critique is about our well-being as opposed to, oh, this is not gonna make me look good. You see what I'm saying? The critique in my second marriage is about our well-being, as opposed to my first marriage. The critique was about, well, how is this gonna make me look good? You know, and it's so the first marriage was superficial, and my son's father is was, you know, that he wasn't as old as my
story if you don't want.
I should be quiet. Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I hope just get comfortable in your own.
I don't want to disrespect my journey. I wouldn't be who I am without my journey. So I don't want to disrespect my journey. I think in the interest of those who are listening now and in the future can learn how to pinpoint insight when they embark upon something in the future. That's all. It's like, you know, just ask yourself, is this person superficial, or is this person actually with me?
I think single people need to learn from married couples and get a better feel about what is it that they need to learn from, what they need to do to better them, to be a better person, be a better version of themselves.
Do you know what the problem with these single people is? They're horny. And that's a big distraction. Like, you know, these young people are horny out here, man.
Is that all? Or
no, they just wanna, they're into, how can I put this? Impulsivity, right? They're not looking at their future. They just want to feel good now.
Infertility. What does that mean? I never heard of that word before.
Infertility. Impulsivity. Impulsivity. Yeah, they're impulsive. They're very impulsive. They're the microwave generation. They have to have it hot right now. You know,
and when they
don't want to do it low and slow. They want it right now.
Oh, okay, but once you get it, it's gone. Once you get it, it's gone.
Man, it's
but when you're married,
it's a gamble. When you move fast, it's a gamble.
Thank you. But when you're in a relationship, when you're married, the bed is undefiled. And you can have as much hot butt naked sex as you want, depending upon her mood, depending upon y'all. And it's memorable. You have to have some type of cherishable memory about.
Yeah. Those cherishable one-on-one, nobody should replicate it memory. That's
Right.
what bonds. That's the bonding experience. It's like no, like you could just say one word to your spouse, and they know that you mean them love. And if love making comes after that, all well and good. But they know that this is the word that encapsulates the moment when you fell in love with me. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times that, like for instance, when couples go through their, scraggly moments, and they're trying to feel, oh, why the hell did I marry you in the first place? When they're going through all that kind of crap, and then there's this situation where the other is willing to concede, all I want is your happiness. However, remember this. You like that remember the time type of conversation. When you have that
Right.
remember the time conversation, if they love you, their heart can't help but melt. That's like, damn, I guess I don't want him dead. Damn, I guess I don't want to just, see her destitute or whatever. It's like you don't have, when you introduce those remember the time moments that are significant, okay? Because some of those remember the time moments don't, mean much. But when you find that remember the time moment where you fell in love,
Mm.
it,
Let's not talk about love because love is barely mentioned.
it is.
Nowadays.
It is. A lot of people don't believe in love. That's true.
What's love? Is it? I'd rather have respect than love. With love, you get respect.
Your love is respect. It's reverence.
When
It's appreciation. It's admiration. Love is everything.
Nutrition, right. When you show love and you show nutrition, that's respect right there. And when you give it, you receive it.
Love is so powerful, it will make a mouthy woman shut the fuck up. That's how powerful love is. Okay?
Oh, when you open up the door, don't open up that door because nobody's going to walk through that bitch. Nobody. Not in today's time.
Love is so powerful, man. It will make a man that got his mind made up to hang out with his boys and do whatever with other women change his mind. Love is powerful.
Love will bring your ass home. But
yeah. Love be like, I don't need this shit. I got my baby at home. I don't need this.
Right.
Love is powerful.
We got another one in the building, Miss Nebraska.
Hey, you guys.
Good evening. I can't be on too much longer. It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. You are up here dropping jewels, Queen.
That's because I'm old.
No, you're not. You're not old at all. You dropping jewels.
The sign of people having gray hair means it's a sign of wisdom. I don't know.
Ironically, I don't have gray hair yet. I don't wear glasses. I can still do a cartwheel. So I'm blessed. But
how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in my 50s.
That ain't old, sweetheart.
50s.
Someone told me you were in your 30s.
I guess people would like to think I'm that young, but I'm not. I'm retired. For goodness sakes.
You retired.
That's why that's why I own panels. Like I got time on my hands.
Oh wow. I
wouldn't be on panels if I had a job, okay? Y'all be clowning too much for me to be distracted while making a living. I don't know how you all do it. Like some of you content creators who actually have a career, a job, and other endeavors and have to make finances juggle and you got families to contend with. It's like, how the not this time. You know.
Yeah,
But
it's a
when you
lot.
can wake up and do whatever, not whatever, but do pretty much what you want to do with your day, I just, I found myself a decade ago just fooling around with y'all, and I can't stop.
It's a lot.
Bless you, bless you, bless you. You got anything, Mr. Bradsky? She's got to leave and attend to her husband.
I want to chime in on you guys were talking about marriage and relationship, and she was pinpointing this generation, and I agree with her 1,000,000%. And not only that, but I think it ties into the American culture. Our culture as Americans, we are very impulsive people. Our culture does consist of fast. We want it fast. We want it now. Fast food, Amazon, online, social media. That's just the American culture, and I think a lot of that affects the way we develop relationships, friendships. Yeah, so I agree with you, Queen, 1,000%.
Krishnamurti said that we have used to eat foods that had parents, ripe foods, live foods. Now you're eating, GMOs and all the other foods that are poison. You're poisoning your body, but you're poisoning your mind at the same time. I think if you've gotten right with yourself and apparently start a fast and get your mind and your soul right, I think those foods that you would obviously have to the right type of foods that you need to eat and to get right with your soul, obviously you wouldn't be in a position to be disrespecting a woman the way that you do, because one day you're gonna want that good food and she's gonna make a plate for you, and when she hands you that good plate and that food touches your spirit, you're gonna say, I have a good one right here. But I don't know about today's generation. I don't know. It's disrespectful to me. It's too much of this.
Well,
and
see,
I would say it's at it's at a percentage where it's manageable, but it's too much for me. Go ahead.
Well, see, a lot of it is you have a lot of people walking around who don't know themselves. They don't know who they are.
Well stated.
Thank you. You'll be surprised. Like, I currently know people in their 50s, 60s, 70s who don't know who they are. They don't know their purpose. Do you know how miserable that is to be walking around every day, just existing, not even knowing your purpose on earth?
But they disguise it with money, and that's the thing. It's like it takes more to know yourself than being wealthy. You actually have to understand the dimensions of what you will and won't do. For instance, when you were speaking about nutrition, what I can offer you is that when you become a nutritional detective, it opens up a whole new realm of discovery for longevity. And when you love your husband, when you love your family, when you love your, your friends, when you love people, you want to offer them longevity. And that, for me, means more than money. If somebody gives me insight to, hey, did you know that there are certain fillers in supplemental vitamins that you might want to know about just in case you're allergic to gluten? Do you want some video references as to why you might be experiencing abdominal upset after a meal? Do you want to hear, like, I'm all about longevity, and you'd be surprised how many people are not in agreement with changing their habit of meal planning, right? And that goes to tell me, just like this young lady mentioned, you don't know yourself. Like, do you want to eat to live or live to eat? Like, you have to know what you want. Like, and say it out loud. Are you the type of person that just wants to live to eat, or do you want to eat to live? You have to know those. You need to know the answer to those.
You're not supposed to be. You're not supposed to be eating.
And you don't have to sacrifice flavor. Yeah, you don't have to sacrifice flavor. And I think that's what a lot of people's fear is when it comes to more sensible meal planning. They're thinking like, oh, you want me to just chew carrots and celery all day? No, you can have the things that traditionally satisfy your palate. It's just that be aware that there is stuff in the supermarket that you have to be able to identify whether or not it's actually giving towards your longevity, and like,
be proportionate. Just be proportionate in what you eat.
And like this whole organic thing, right? Like, people are like, waving the organic flag. In some instances, that's a pay to play situation.
Do you believe that?
No, well, I think there are variables. I'm not gonna lie. I think there are variables. Because take an avocado for instance. Who cares whether or not the avocado is organic when you're gonna take the damn peel off? Okay, you're not gonna eat the peel of a banana. But when it comes to certain things, like for instance, just certain produce, right, and certain meats, I guess, and when it comes to certain things, there's this concept called the dirty dozen, and they identify in that dirty dozen list what you should absolutely demand to be organic, because even if you wash it off to be damned, it's still gonna have those pesticide chemicals on it. So in that instance, yeah, that's a term that some of these nutritional spaces mention, the dirty dozen.
Yeah, like, be careful with the cereals too.
Pardon me?
I said be careful with those cereals too. Putting Roundup in the cereal.
Man, it's like, you'd be surprised how many people just, and then cheese. Like, did you know that men should not really be eating cheese like that?
Oh, okay? Come on.
I know, but there's a caveat, right? There's a grace. There's a grace. There are certain cheeses that are beneficial, regardless as to what gender you are. So I think when they're talking about cheese, I think they're talking about the standard American types of cheeses that are offered. You
can't eat Swiss either.
No. There are certain cheeses that are more agreeable to one's digestive system and and how you metabolize it. But I said all that to say this: there are young men, increasingly younger and younger ages of men, that are experiencing prostate cancer, and they don't have to go through that. Like look at the cancer numbers, right? It's like so many young people people. Okay, at first we wanted to all play it off like, oh, you know, old folks going through arthritis, old folks going through cancer, old folks, you know. But then here we got this whole serious number of the population that's going through ailments that was once attributed to, you know, old people. Like say, what do you call it? Liver cancer, right? Like fatty liver disease. Fatty liver. That was once designated for alcoholics. Now teenagers got it. And teenagers ain't been drinking. You know?
Yeah.
So what the fuck is really going on?
I currently work in the medical field, and I can contest to
So
that.
you could tell us better than anybody.
I see it every day. And people, it used to be, you know, when I was growing up, people who had strokes, heart attacks, kidney failure, liver disease, you know, those were all associated to, you know, elderly people. But yeah, now I would say I've been at this job for 10 years. So I would say in the last 10 years since I've been at this job, I've noticed the slight shift and change in the age group of people, younger people having strokes. We're talking in their 20s.
They're
30s.
coming in.
Yes, heart attacks.
Younger and
30s,
younger.
40s. It's
crazy. Revive.
A woman like that is not tired of her resources like a man, and so honestly, it's not fair to judge men who's trying to make money.
Who's judging?
It's dark.
Okay.
It's Dark Lake, y'all. It's Dark Lake. So, what's going on, brother? It's Dark Lake. So,
the link is in the chat, right?
That's in the chat.
Okay, he could come up.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Explain the judgment.
He can. He can. Oh boy, he can definitely do that. but you go.
And I come in peace, so I'm not gonna challenge him. I just want to hear what he got to say.
Who keeps messing? See, that's all. There's got one more other person that I'm gonna have to my bad, yo. I don't know what I had to switch some things around as of late. I had to see who.
You better not block me. I'm flying a bait.
No. I haven't even not touched you. There's just one specific person that I've excluded.
I was blocked. I think, because when I came back, my comment disappeared.
I don't even know what I have to do or what I need to do. But
that's cool.
It's an adjustment. Huh?
That's cool. I'm just glad we're all right with each other. Yeah, as opposed to anything else, I guess. I don't know.
Hey, Bridget, how are you?
Hi, Bridget.
Hey.
Dark Lake, don't go nowhere.
I like that name, Bridget. I have a childhood friend, a friend from childhood, I should say. She grew up to be like a principal of a high school or something. You know, I like that name, Bridget.
Can you stay for just a couple more minutes? Just a couple more minutes?
Yeah. If I don't respond, you'll know I walked away.
All right.
Shit about her mind when I met her. You see what I'm saying? I had to find that out, and then she became marriageable. She showed me her value over time. But the first thing that I would
it's the problem with what you're doing though, bro. Because like us married men, we can do that, but we gotta acknowledge we're the minority. We're not the majority. We're the minority. So we can't speak to this problem as if marriage is part of a solution that's working. It's going the opposite way. People are having babies with motherfuckers they do not intend to marry.
Yeah, that's true.
But those aren't
at a high rate.
High rate. What I'm saying, is that a successful strategy? Is that working out?
So here's my thing, because I disagree with Triple Black when he said our legacy is tied to women. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, I have a son and a daughter. I love them, everything about them, right? But if we being honest, my legacy was based on what I would do before I had my children. You know what I'm saying? You don't, as a man, you don't have to tie your legacy to a woman. But if
what
you
is the pathway though? What's the pathway to your legacy?
What's the pathway to your legacy? I would say when you're young, is different than when you get a little bit older. Because once you start having children, your legacy now is kind of wrapped up in them. If you don't have children, your legacy is different than what it would be if you have your first child at 20-some years old. Your legacy changes.
Right? Like for Steve Jobs, couldn't his legacy be Apple?
Yeah, but so I knew somebody was going to use these rich men. So for the average man, his legacy is absolutely tied to the children that he raises. So put it to you this way. Those men that are extremely rich, they're all terrible fathers.
All right.
Elon Musk has had a child emancipate themselves from him.
So this is my point. You're kind of proving the point that Ty said. Then why does it have to be tied to reproduction?
No, I'm saying most men. No, the average man's legacy is absolutely tied to the children that he raises.
No, but I don't want y'all are trying to clean this up low key, and I want to acknowledge what was said.
That would imply that a lot of legacy there, because what I'm saying is in terms of marriage, family, but we're not seeing it. That, you know what I'm saying? That would mean that black men have no legacy because family would be legacy. Not just
I see what Taz is saying. I see what
Taz.
I see.
I don't think No. Let me ask Taz a question. Would you rather have a piece of
Go ahead.
Would you rather have a piece of shit son or a piece of shit daughter versus a successful company or a piece of shit company?
I wouldn't trade my kids for shit. My kids aren't that, but even if they
I'm just saying,
outside things, bro, there's no amount of money.
Don't do all that.
Hold on, bro. Let me
answer.
answer.
Now.
But you gotta let me answer. Then respond, man. Because I'm like on some real shit. There's no amount of money in the world I would trade to give back the experience with them. I didn't have bad experience, so I can't give you a bad experience acknowledgement of it. But from the experience I've had, I would trade it all again to have my kids again and not $1 million, bro. I love my kids and I appreciate what they've given to me as a man and how I was able to develop and grow as a father, bro. I don't think that making that comparison when it comes to kids is viable. I would rather have my family.
No, I asked you a straight up and down question. What is more important to your legacy?
People don't listen.
Yeah, he didn't listen. Because, but Taz was saying that he wouldn't trade his children for money, and that still didn't resonate with the guy that was trying to oppose him.
But we're gonna find out why real quick. We're gonna find out why.
Answer it, dumbass.
Not no fucking money. My kids.
There you go. Stand on that then.
Yeah, my son bears my name. My daughter bears most of my name. I didn't just give them my name for the fuck of it.
I know, but I mean, what was the pathway to get that? The pathway to get it? You saying sex? I mean, who created those? I mean, there had to have been you had to be able to create that. How did you create those kids?
We both did.
So I see what he's saying, because what he's saying is, I think the woman that you choose, and that's another way to put it, the woman that you choose is a vital part of you being able to have that type of relationship.
Stop putting it on the woman. It's not on the woman all the time.
She right though, man. She gonna butt in and talk.
No, what I'm saying is that you speak very passionately about the relationship that you have with your children, and your wife is a vital part of that. So by the way that you speak, I'm not trying to tell you about your marriage. I can almost tell that your wife encourages the healthy relationship between you and your kids. The discipline that you establish in your house, she echoes that to them, right? So if you had a woman that was unlike that, let's say, like you chose the wrong woman, or somebody made the point that you just people out here smashing anything. Now they don't get to have that relationship with their kids because their wife doesn't or the woman didn't want to get married, the relationship fell apart. She doesn't want him to see the kids when he want to see them. So I'm saying the woman that you choose is a vital part of your functionality as a father. So they're absolutely a vital part of your legacy, whether we like it or not.
And the man can be wrong too, Trigger Mike. But here's what I say. Hold on. Can I see? I have a cultural difference. Nobody that did all black kids dropped out of.
What I got to say, I like for real. That shit is corny. Niggas lame. You know what I'm saying? So when you go places like that, you got to be ready for my.
I'm sorry, but I love Mrs. Sherry, but she's a bit much. I'm sorry. But moving on.
I was get mad, and I just had to check. So
but to be fair, wait, sorry.
Start popping up, Taz.
Wait, hold on. I just want to, because I don't want to paint a bad narrative about him or his channel. You gotta kind of see it.
Nah, I don't think. Trust me, I've heard enough. He's the host. He just got niggas over there. So I've heard enough. He seems to be a decent dude. He's a host. I get it. I just think, like I said, I'll be there at some point. You know what I'm saying? I just think I ain't ready to pop out on it.
So am I bugging? Am I bugging to say though that I don't feel like nobody should get irritated or mad about somebody else's opinion on how they see the world? Am I bugging?
Let me say this. So, Venus, we've had this particular conversation.
Somebody
do
said
you
me.
have permission to use her content?
Huh?
Do you have permission to use her content?
You don't have to get permission to use anybody's content. It's all fair use.
All right, cool.
Yeah, if she needs money, I'll be happy to pay her money. But we're cool.
I wasn't talking about it in that realm. Some of these content creators, they get real touchy about people using their content, or rather their live stream as content.
Yeah, I know, but here's the thing. You don't own YouTube, and neither do I.
As long as you protect
somebody
yourself.
Don't end up snatching up some shit. If they feel some type of a way, they're gonna flag it. And then,
as long as you know how to protect your channel, that's all I'm saying.
Here's the thing: YouTube is cracking down on that too. If you're expeditiously trying to flag somebody's channel, you get your channel took. So
that's
true. But me and Venus, we cool. We definitely cool. I think she a dope channel.
Not just this, but you know, like for instance, there was a person that had a pattern of doing that. You know, they would do commentary on other people's previous live streams, and the one particular channel holder, they went out of their way to flag the heck out of them. And I just want to insert the necessity to be able to protect your channel.
If they want to protect it, they'll just do like a membership. They'll just put a membership on it, or they'll just put it on private if you want your shit to be protected. Otherwise, it's all public.
Like this other guy, he was saying, look, you could use my live stream to do commentary, but just don't do it while I'm currently live. And then that's when he went ham, and he was just flagging that lady's channel all day, all night. You know, her channel still exists, but it became a deterrent from her doing that. You know, it became a whole shaming issue. It was tripped out. So some people get sensitive about it, and that's why I brought it up. I'm glad you all are cool.
If you want something from me, you can have it. I just hope hope to God that it's not on the membership or it's blocked.
It's determined by what personality type you're dealing with. Like, it's not necessary. Like, it ain't that serious, in my humble opinion, but some people take it that seriously. And I don't know why, but they do.
Yeah, like Israel Bounds, he's good at that. Who else is good at that? I think it was at one point in time Anton. Anton is definitely good at that. Anton will let you know it's like you need to take down the video fam. But when you're talking about Dr. Umar, I'm gonna take your shit and I'm gonna commentate on it. Everything else, I don't give a fuck about. That would be the only time I take. That would be the only time I take one of his videos if he discusses about certain people.
I like the practice because it gives me a chance to catch up on the, what people are thinking.
Yeah.
Like I missed that live stream, and now I get to be informed by your live stream. So I like the practice myself. I like it.
Yeah. I mean, you can if I had the right type of people, say people who are very knowledgeable, say like Dr. Claude Anderson or somebody like that, or Judge Joe Brown, then yeah, you can definitely learn something from this particular channel. Or you can necessarily go on to say, who is that? Nightishus. Nightishus holds a very good channel. I mean, he holds people accountable. Another channel, I would say Dark Lake. But you would have to give him reason. You would have to give him some reason. But the brother is very knowledgeable too. But it just all depends on who you go to. I mean, I guess you can go to it might be risky, DJ Ham, but he's a bit of an asshole, but he's at least fair. Just watch who he has a whole bunch of people on there. Just watch his channel and absorb it. And if it's the right one for you, then it's the right one for you.
Yeah, it depends on the personality type of the channel holder, whether or not they make a big deal out of it.
Like some people like to make me a narcissist, which I'm not. It's like,
how do you know you're not a narcissist? How do you know?
I don't bully women.
Girl, that's his favorite word for the last 2 weeks now.
Which one?
Narcissism is your favorite term now.
Yeah, I had a dude come up on here and said, Will doesn't know anything about narcissists. He's not a doctor. I'm like, you don't necessarily have to be a doctor to know the term.
You don't. Yeah. That was an ignorant accusation for him to make against Derek.
I think so too. But yeah, this is one of the reasons why I was planning on stepping out for good. But I said, let me try a couple more things to see if it could work out for this channel. And if it does work out for the greater good, then I might stay a little longer. But if not, I think it's just time to pack this thing up. I mean, not everything lasts forever. So
as long as you're having fun, ride with it till the wheels fall off, I guess.
Yeah, I got plenty of.
People have come and gone.
Yes.
Take Jessica X, for instance. When's the last time you heard from her? She gathered up her bag and X days left. You know what I'm saying? It's like people come and go.
Damn. That's a name I haven't heard in
because she But hopefully she's happily married with even happier children. Um, and at some point you believe that you've done all you could do and you out, you know, even though you left people, you know, waving the flag of your name. Okay. It's like, wow, she really made an impact on people. But she decided, I got bigger and better things to do, you know.
And she has
So you're right, nothing lasts
a
forever.
great channel. She held a great channel, and I had no issues with her. Just like I had no issues
Acclimated herself quite
with
well.
Platinum. I
She
had no
actually,
issues with
I
Platinum
remember
Elite.
when she first started out, she was really shy. She was really shy about the
See,
idea of starting a channel, right?
see,
And and she
see
was
who
so
came up.
encouraged that she eventually did it, and she's renowned. I like, you know, it was. I'm only speaking on this because I witnessed the transformation. I witnessed her, you know, joining panels, not knowing anybody, getting cussed out, going to another panel, getting cussed out, joining a panel where she wasn't cussed out. She was featured as a welcomed guest, and she did that for a period of time to where people were saying you should have your own channel, and she was like, "Oh, I don't know about that. No, no." And they were like, "Look, we'll help you. We'll help you. This is the kind of equipment you'll need. This is the type of strategy you could use to, um, facilitate guests on a panel." And she was like, "Well, I guess I'll give it a try." So she did an upload, and that upload went viral, and she was like, "Whoa, whoa, that's intimidating. I don't know what to do after that."
What?
And they were, yeah, she did some type of upload. She featured somebody else's content, and the way she did it, I guess it went viral. Like, she got 65,000, I guess, because she mentioned it. I don't follow her like that, but I know she mentioned it because occasionally we shared live stream
What,
panels together. And she was like, she came
what
back
was she
to
talking?
the.
What were they talking about?
It was some topic that it was like a current topic, a controversial you know, it
No,
it, it could have been
what was her name again?
Jessica X.
Jessica. Jessica. Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'm just going through the timeline that I've witnessed her being shy girl to everybody speaking her name, and it, I, and now, as you have said, nothing lasts forever. She's no longer. She's still around, I would imagine, but she's no longer engaging in the pressure of having to maintain a channel. It doesn't matter to her anymore. Even though she became, even though it was a lucrative endeavor for her, something outside of that matters more. So you're right. When it comes to something personal that you hold of higher value, yeah, nothing lasts forever. You will come across circumstances in life that matter more to you than just having a YouTube channel. That will happen.
I had a big brother that one of my frenemies had introduced me to, Uda Block, aka One Community, producer, writer, hip hop artist, YouTube extravaganza, and we were tight at the hip, and I haven't heard from him in almost 2 years. The last time I checked on him, he was over there with his sweetheart doing his thing, and I
Yeah,
wish
stuff
him all the
changes.
best. Stuff
Yeah.
changes, man.
Yeah.
And I told people, it's like when YouTubers get the fussing and the fighting, all the freaking time, it's time to leave.
I know, right?
It's time to go. I thought I answered your question already. No, it's called people who are disrespectful in people's channels. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
A
And
series
that's the thing.
of people, in my opinion, for example, Jeff Brown, they call him Uncle Jeff. I believe as an elderly, he's disrespected a lot, in my opinion. Just like,
so why do you think he keeps going at it? Like, why do you think people who experience why?
I wanted to ask him, like, you have done live radio with my mentor Zoe Williams. You have been everywhere around the world. You have been from country to country to country. And
why do they put up with it?
I don't know. I don't freaking know.
And they don't know either. That's the thing, right? Because I've asked people who really don't have to do this, why do you keep showing up? And they can't answer that question. Not honestly. They
Well, I kind of, in Venus's case, I just think that, and I was going to review it early, and I was going to review it a couple of days ago, but I didn't have time. But I just think she's a bit disrespected in her channel. Certain people take advantage of her just because she's a woman.
She gets bombarded with a lot of opposition. I've seen that. I don't want to be one of those people to be in opposition of anybody that's growing their channel. So, she knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. It's just that she, it's really difficult when people view someone's channel as a talk shit channel. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'm going to take this opportunity to not really focus on the topic at hand, but just talk shit. Like, there are people who are intentionally looking for conflict. Mm-hmm. And when a channel is designed to welcome conflict and it becomes known for that, then you have to have the bones that it takes. Forget the motorcycle in the background. But anyway, you have to have, I guess, the fortitude to facilitate conflict, and that is a burden that you channel holders in these spaces hold. That's why I'm not gonna do it. Like, I'm not any event I would so ever design the interest to have a channel. It would not be in these spaces, baby, because I'm not going to facilitate conflict. I'm not going to do it. I can participate in random discussions that lead to conflict. You know why? Because I can press the leave button and go on about my business. But when you're a channel holder, and your intention is to build your channel, you're stuck with what you developed. And that becomes a burden that you have to juggle on a regular basis. Good luck with that.
As long as you're doing right by people, that's all that matters.
It's not about that. It's about in these sectors, these spaces, or whatever they want to call them, where it's nothing most likely about conflict. Like you mentioned Nidus, right? He has to juggle personalities that are seeking conflict, right? Mm-hmm. And he has taken on that burden in a championship way, because he's not cussing people out, right? He's just pointing out, like, okay, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're doing, you know, he's pointing it out, and then he, you know, manages it from there. So he just sits back and relax as if this is nothing new. You know, conflict is nothing new to him. And so I guess what I'm referring to is that people who don't have the temperament to facilitate conflict, good luck to you. And it's not that I don't have the temperament to facilitate conflict. I do. It's just that at this stage in my life's journey, it doesn't make sense for me to focus on profiting off of that. I'd rather profit off of some other in another direction. You know, if I'm going to make money, it's going to be in the direction of something other than facilitating conflict, is what I'm saying. Gotcha. I hope that made sense. You have a new panelist. I'm going on mute. Welcome, Maria. Or I'm sorry, maybe I mispronounced it, but good to see you.
No, you pronounced it well. Good to see you too. I'm just listening. Thank you.
I wanted to keep him company for a little while. I do have to.
Yeah, go ahead and handle your business. Go ahead and handle your business.
Y'all take it easy. Stay blessed as always.
All right,
peace until later.
All right.
Oh well, peace always. I'll see you later.
Peace.
Bye.
Peace, Queen. All right.
I was just
welcome to the.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm listening.
I haven't seen you up here. How you been?
I've been pretty good. Have we talked in the past?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, so I was just listening. I was just on the panel listening to see what the other lady was talking about. That's all.
Okay. We were just talking about disrespectful people and how people come into people's live streams and just instead of just going with the question that's being asked or the top or going about the topic, they want to go on to other topics or they want to do some disrespectful shit. So that's where I'm at right now.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, I've been on quite a few panels and people are just mean for no reason. I think they just do it because they just to be a troll.
But how, I mean, of course, you're a woman, so let me ask you, what do you feel about dudes just blaming everything on women? Let's just start there.
Guys blaming everything on women, I think it's a 50-50 thing. We in 2024, and you know, life is not like, you know, how I grew up. I'm a kind of a 90s girl. I'll tell them my age. I don't really care, but I think it's both. Like,
hey, I'm 43. So.
All right. Okay, cool. So we're around the same age. So the fighting, especially online, is just dumb. You know, men blaming women for getting like the guy want to get a passport or something. Let him get a passport. It's his life. At the same time, I feel like American women have this kind of attitude of entitlement. And their expectations for men are too high. And I believe that's one of the reasons or one of the things that contributes to the loneliness and the singleness.
Dude, go deeper.
I don't know. I mean, you can go in so many directions. You can talk about BBLs, you know. Is there anything wrong with BBLs? Absolutely not. If you want to enhance your body, but a lot of women do it because they think that this is going to secure me a man. No, it's gonna secure you an eggplant, but it's not necessarily gonna, you know what I mean? It's not gonna necessarily secure you.
I don't mind it if a girl does a BBL, but you're not. But I like organic people. I mean, unless you're going through a medical phase and you need medical attention and you need to change some things about you. BBLs, I'm sorry. Just I mean, some people need to just stay their regular selves. I mean, if
Hit
you
the
have
gym, right?
if you have a big ass, I mean, and your legs look like toothpicks, that's just something that I don't mess with. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you could just hit the gym, right? I mean, but
Just
some
hit,
girls, I'm listening. Sorry.
yeah. Hit the gym. Hit the gym. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, you just hit the gym, do some lunges and some squats, and you can get you a nice booty. And it's funny, somebody in the chat said that men are saying BBL stink because because they they stink because something is rotten in there and it's secreting. And then on top of that, they're not used to this new wagon. It's a new wagon. And they don't know how to, get from the from the front.
Dick Gregory said it best. Dick Gregory said, "You got all these women, all these asses. Ain't nothing but doo in there." May he rest in peace, Dick Gregory.
That's what I used to think. Like, it's a butt. You know what I mean? I mean, but they say black guys like it the most. I ain't gonna hate on that. I'm half Dominican, half black, so I don't need a BBL. But I mean, men are saying that he got white long. Men are saying that girls is going to the club with the small little dresses and the BBLs. They start to twerking, and the twerk air ain't right. The twerk air is polluted.
The twerk air is polluted.
Yes.
Oh, you go in deeper on that. I mean, everybody named Mama twerking now. I mean, you got white people twerking, you got Asian people twerking, you got dudes twerking ill. I mean, it's
a guy's booty should not be moving like his booty cheeks should not be moving like a woman. He's twerking.
Yeah, pause that, bro.
Oh my gosh! But all right, so men be like, okay, I'm not. I would never take a woman home if she stink, and I'm like, I'm calling cat. I'm calling cat because I feel like that dudes will take the girl back to the house and wash her and carry on. But the guy's like, no, she think I ain't messing with her. I don't believe that. I think it's cat.
So you mean to tell me, let me get this straight. You mean to tell me you would take a homeless person off the street, wash her down, and then handle your business? Do you not realize that it's not just the outside that she needs to work on, it's the inside that she needs to work? Y'all some sick bastards.
It's true, but you don't think some guys would take a stank BBL home?
Like homegirl said earlier, like these are some horny motherfuckers. I mean, they'll fuck a couch. They'll literally fuck a couch.
Exactly. I don't get it. But girls think that
you simping, we all like. No, I just listen. I got what I got. I mean, I'm straight. I don't know about y'all. But she said any hole. Okay, fine. We gonna go to the exhaust pipe. They'll stick on the exhaust pipe. There you go.
Oh gosh. Oh my god.
They'll stick this thing in the fish bowls. Okay, fish bowl.
That is crazy. So women feel like they can. I feel like women think they can secure the man, but if she's only working on the outside, and like you said, she not working on the inside. Like, she don't know how to cook. She don't know how to respect you. She don't know how to help. She always trying to take from you.
Well,
Out in public.
I was thinking medical, but go ahead.
You said medical?
Yeah, I was thinking medical. Like she might have HIV, but then again, niggas don't
Yeah.
care. Niggas don't care. They'll just go ahead and just like, I'll fuck a woman with. I heard a dude say it before. I'll fuck a woman with HIV. I don't care.
Whoa.
That's what it was saying.
That's
I wish I would have saved it so you can listen to it, but that's just I don't promote that.
These some of these social media sites, people be talking about, the women be talking about I got pregnant on a one night stand. You getting pregnant on a one night stand means that man did not know you. He didn't protect himself and he had sex with you. And he could have had HIV or you could have had HIV. What's wrong with people?
Well, wait a minute. We can't excuse Suki Hana. At one point, she came out with a song. Is I had my ass ate, and then I flipped around and ate his ass.
Oh my god! Oh, I can't. But you know what? That's a whole nother thing for me. I feel like a lot of these girls be capping. I think they're trying to mislead our young generation. You know what I mean? Like, it's possible that Sukiana may not really be like that, but she may be singing that and doing that for the bag. I feel like it's a bigger thing.
She came out with a poem.
I feel like a lot of these musicians today is working with American government. I'm sorry, to try to keep certain communities down. To keep certain communities down, they be paying certain people to sing certain lyrics and act a certain way to ruin the next generation and the next generation and the next generation. That's how I feel. Because music is very powerful. You know what I'm saying? You like the beat, and all of a sudden you doing the thing that you hear. You know what I mean? You may not have wanted to do what you hear, but you end up doing it because of the beat is powerful. So I feel like the government is sometimes paying these girls to act like hoes and things like that to mislead our young women.
My. Can we give a...
You know what I mean?
That's powerful. That is powerful. She done jumped from the free throw line, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, call it how you see it. Call it how you see it.
It's a lot. I don't. I mean, I do. I don't
You
know.
have to show. You gotta start making. We gotta start making some improvements in these times, because how does it go? Times is short. I say times is long, especially when you make the right decisions. But people nowadays are just doing whatever they want to do. So, and especially in these little channels here, it's like they're confused. They're so confused. Oh, you wouldn't be so confusing if you were listening to the right people. Like I would say with single couples, they need to listen a little bit more to maybe, I don't know, married couples. That's just my opinion.
Absolutely. But
but wait a minute. Our legacy is tied into a woman's vagina. Huh?
That is not true at all. They say that it's been said that marriage in the Black community is at its all-time low. But at one time, even before we was born, black people were married. You know what I mean? But in the last
All
maybe
over.
what you said,
I said all over. Yeah.
they were married. Now you
Mhm.
have a bunch of baby mamas. Just a bunch of baby mamas saying, acting like I can take care of myself and my kids all by myself. And then as a result, we have the human beings that we see today. But I think it goes even deeper than that, because I feel like there's been an extra influence in our community. The food we eat, the music we listen to, the schools, everything in our community is like a trap. It's kind of like bugs in a jar, right? And the bugs are trying to climb out of the jar, and they just keep slipping, and they just keep slipping. So I feel like there's been bricks that have been piled against the black community to destroy it. Because let's keep it real, Africans, black people are very resilient. They know, or we know, how to get ourselves off the ground. If we fall, we know how to get up. If we in a tight bond, we know how to get out of that tight bond, because we just smart and strong like that. So when another group of people is afraid of you, what they going to do? If they're afraid and they want to keep you down, what they going to do? They're going to do everything in their power to keep you down. And they're going to keep
Crabs in the
watching.
barrel mentality.
You said?
Crabs in the barrel mentality.
Exactly. They're going to use other people that look like you to bring you down. They're going to use social media to bring you down. The lack of good education to bring you down. Just when you go out in the hood, just seeing spray paint and houses that are jacked up and trash on the ground and drug addicts walking around, that and enough is traumatizing. So that's what I'm getting to. The black community is constantly being traumatized, so mentally and emotionally they can't grow. And if you can't grow, and you can't get yourself together, how in the world are you going to be able to connect and marry another human being when you yourself is not together? And a lot of black people need therapy, and they don't want to admit it.
Oh, therapy. I've been hearing that a lot. What type of therapy do black people need?
They call it, I don't know if I'm saying this right. Is it called generational? I don't think it's generational traumas. So yeah, right?
Right.
It is generational trauma where, I'm sorry.
Just call it what it is. Willie Lynch. Just call it what it is.
Wait, say the question again. I'm sorry. I got a little bit confused.
I said, just call it Willie Lynch.
What Lynch?
Willie Lynch. Willie Lynch. Willie Lynch.
Oh yes, I got you. Well, there you go.
Unless you turn that programming off, unless you flip that switch, just like they have. He got it for you. It's called post-traumatic slave syndrome.
I'm trying to tell you.
Perfect. If you can't admit that much, if you can't admit that much, what you're suffering from, what we're suffering from, what black people are suffering from, which spreads all across the country and all across overseas, if we can't admit that much, then what are we doing?
We're not going to grow. People think because we're not picking cotton that we're not slaves. If you don't own a business or a company and you working under somebody else, you a slave. But at least if you're gonna be a slave, at least try to get the most you can out of it. You know what I mean? At least try to get the most money you can out of it. Let's be real. We live in America. We are Americans, but the country is not ours. The country is not ours. We know that. The country is not for us, but we are Americans. However, in comparison to other countries, we're doing quite well. So there's a 50-50 thing there. You know, understanding that no, you're not going to be able to have access to everything that America offers, but on the other hand, you can still make the most out of your life. Now, if you live in a black community where you see nothing but trash and you're being yelled at and your mom is abusing you in the house and people beating you up and stuff like that, you absolutely need therapy. That's probably 90-something% of people that need therapy. And once they do that, okay, now you can understand your place in the world. All right. Now you can figure out what do I do best? You know, what am I good at? You know, I feel better because I got my therapy. Now I can finish my schoolwork. You understand what I'm saying? Now I can graduate. You know, now I can become a nurse. A black person can become a doctor. They can become many different things in this country and do well that other people in other countries can't. But the problem is that there's another group that is mentally and emotionally trying to keep our children down so that they don't get to that point of nice house, nice home, marriage, doctor, nurse, whatever it is. You understand? So it's not really invisible, but it's an invisible thing that is trying to put that there's a yoke on our children's neck. If you understand what I mean.
I understand. Most definitely. Hit like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation. Grow! As I have this wonderful woman here dropping jewels in
Stop.
I had three wonderful women dropping some jewels and some knowledge. You can learn something from a woman. Oops, did I say that wrong? No, the man is empowered. Black men hadn't been in power for years. Although I will say, we had chance after chance after chance, year after year after year, decade after decade. And what do you do? I mean, I had to admit there was some hard hits along the way. I admit we did some things that we weren't supposed to do, like drugs. Even though we didn't put drugs in our community, we sold them, but we didn't put them in our community. No, we didn't take away the jobs that were given to other minorities. No, those jobs were supposed to be specifically for Black folks. But when you take away the free education to get those specific jobs, what do you get? Chaos everywhere. Oh, what about the specific jobs that Black people didn't want? So we weren't earned the right to have a raise like everybody else. Whatever happened to be being competitive? Whatever happened to being that competitive group? I often say, you know, the elderly speak the louder. The young people speak the loudest. What we learn from our elders, what we learn from our young, not everyone, because we have wise men and there were old fools. And as we grow older, I ask you, which one are you going to be? Are you going to be the wise man that is not a narcissist who doesn't think highly of himself all the time, and is going to share information, share knowledge? Or are you going to be that old fool that just thinks highly of himself and doesn't share nothing to nobody, just gluttony all over? let's say this is just today is just it's just no respect for certain people. I mean, you respect chaos. Ain't that right, Nightish? Ain't that right, KJ? Yeah, I got all these dudes in here just respecting people's platforms, for example, who just do nothing but create chaos or recreating, or like what Nightish said the other day, recreating the wheel. We don't need to create the wheel. Put that wheel in a different direction so we can move forward. We don't have to take everybody with us. We don't have to take everybody with us. But we have a more over here we have a more knowledgeable based. I can learn something from people. You can learn something from a person. We can learn something from each other. However you want to do it, we need to do it. Because over here on We-On-Loc Nation channel, it needs to be balanced again. What we can learn from a woman can learn from us. That's how I see it. That's how I'm balancing it out.
I agree with you 100%.
Why can I not learn anything from if I can't learn anything from a woman, then my mother was a waste of time. She was a waste of time to me. No, I said that wrong. My mother should have never had me if I did not believe that I could have never learned something from her. We can all learn something from a woman, depending upon who we're talking to, because isn't communication key? Communication is key based. Just like I'm talking to you, you're talking to me, right? You may have information that I have never heard of before, and I'm like, oh, that's quite interesting. Could you feed me more?
Agreed.
Yeah. But I guess what the brother said was correct when he said, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can tell me he's right or I'm wrong. But he said, and I quote, "A woman's, a man's legacy is tied to a woman's vagina."
How?
Good question.
Having children? Does he mean by having children?
But you know how back in Japan or in Japan or in China, however, those particular countries over there, you know how they always hope for a boy to be born first. Have those particular boys. They don't want no girls. They want no girls in the family because they figure that a woman is worthless. A woman is weak, and a man is submitted to carrying their legacy. A man's legacy. What legacy over here are you carrying?
I feel like part of a man's legacy is the support of his woman or his wife. I'm not a feminist, so if there's feminists here, they're going to probably be upset with me. But okay. Well, I'm a firm believer in submissiveness to the man, and that his legacy can be great if he picks the right woman who supports him. You know, maybe he needs support financially. He'll need a good mother to raise his children. He needs to have a nice home, good credit, on and on and on, good reputation in the community. And a woman can help him with all of that as long as she's not trying to headbutt with him be trying to be equal to him or also trying to be the man or the boss. That's what I believe a legacy is all about. The family structure and also the spirituality. However, whatever form that takes, a man's spirituality and his family structure is what creates legacy. What if his wife cannot produce children? Then what?
Are you married?
She still cannot. Am I married?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I am. I am married. So
how long have you been married for?
Huh?
How long you been married for?
2 years.
Look, looks like we got another married person on the panel.
Yes, and my husband, he appreciates the fact. He always tells me he appreciates that I'm show my submissiveness to him. I really don't make major decisions without talking to him first. You know, sometimes we are emotional, and we can make decisions based on emotion. That's why if a woman goes to buy a house, for instance, and they'll paint it real nice. They'll paint it, make it look beautiful, knowing that the pipes is all busted and it needs electrical work. There's cracks in the foundation, all of that. But they'll paint it nice because they know that a woman, when she sees beauty, oh, I'm going to take this house. Or maybe she'll take a fancy car and pay for it, even though it's not a good car. So I say all that to say that men are more logical or can be more sensible than women because we can be emotional at times. So I'm saying that to say that when it comes to financial decisions, such as like buying realty or a job, money, rent, anything, I talk to my husband about it first. And if he says it's a go, then it's a go. But if he says, Maria, I don't think it's a good idea because, I'm not going to do it.
Well, I mean, that's fair. As long as we're not robots. As long as we're not, slaves to each other, then I'm all for it. I am all for it.
I have a lot of freedom. Like, he's not like a domineering man. He's not we started out as friends. We were friends first, and it was other guys.
Wait.
Yeah.
Reel that back.
And
say that part again.
We were friends first.
Say that one more time.
We were friends first.
See, friendship, people. That's where it starts. It doesn't start in the bedroom. It doesn't start in a hotel.
Nope.
Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn, whatever.
Because I didn't get no eggplant until we were married. I didn't do anything with him.
Did you just say you had no eggplant? What is up with the eggplant stuff? What is an eggplant?
Sometimes I'm not sure what to say because they say you shouldn't say certain things on streams or type certain things, but I'll say we wasn't intimate like that. It's wild.
Jesus Christ. Hold on. We got us not a super chat, but a cash app in the building of my man KJ. He's always coming through, always supporting us. We bless you, brother. Bless you. What the hell did I do with that? It's right here.
That's ISO. Rack it up, I gotta build up the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas, some packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Ball it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Fucking my post to say now, I've been humble too long, yeah. Tell them all to stay calm, yeah. Tell them all to move on, yeah. Fucking my post to say now, they be lost lost in the sauce, yeah. Took a loss, that's your loss, yeah. Had to get my point across, yeah. Heard them lanes was talking now, then we don't pay that no mind. Didn't need to watch and all that, I'll be.
Yeah, be over here get my dance on.
Yeah, that's the brother coming through. Appreciate you. And I don't ask for much. I don't ask for anything at all. But support because I support others that support me and vice versa. We need to support each other. So with that being said, you said you were saying something that was very educational in my book. And it was basically saying you start when you have a relationship, you want a relationship with somebody, it usually starts right there, friendship. And with friendship, with education, or not communication, education, whatever you put in there, you might ask I always ask, do you believe in God? They say yes or no. Don't, as a man, don't make it about you. Always listen to the woman. That way, if you want to appreciate somebody, appreciate the woman. Or a woman will, at the same time, a woman will appreciate you. She will evaluate you. She will, put you in her DMs and say, this is the man that I want. Or she'll just keep it in the safe space and be like, okay, you're a real cool guy, but I would prefer, Small Joe down the street. I was like, okay, cool. But either way, it starts there. The foundation starts there. Friendship. If you, in my opinion, if you're just having sex all the time, not only is she devaluating her, she's devalued, but you're devaluating as well. Both of you get older. The more you have sex with one another, the more you get older. You see it in your face. She may depreciate in value, but guess what? Somebody's going to snatch her up. Now, here's the more dangerous part about it. When you have messed this lady up, well, she's messed herself up, but she has been messed up to the point where if she finds a good mate, she's not going to know what to do. But a real true man who has love and care and has God in his heart will peel that onion back layer by layer, by layer by layer. They say another man's trash, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And she will know to be a valuable person again by being with a man who cares about her. I don't know about this generation, but I'm rambling. I'm rambling all too much. What do you think? Am I wrong? Am I that simp?
I think that you are absolutely right. A lot of these girls feel like to be a free spirit means or I think they call it pansexual or something. You just do whatever you want to do, and women don't. You said? Sorry.
No, I just said, oh God.
Yes, right. That they can do whatever they want to do whenever they want to do it. But it ends up in depression and diseases. You know what I mean?
Do you know any pansexuals?
You said?
I said, do you know any pansexuals?
No. I only see them I'm watching them on, social media sites and them talking about and they talk about it proudly with men, women, married couples, old, young, animals, all that. They said this is freedom for them. You know,
freedom.
But it's a pretense. This is all a pretense. People who do that, they end up depressed and end up wanting to off themselves.
Hold
You know what I
on,
mean?
hold on.
Instead
Hold
of being
on.
friends with somebody, you just want to sleep with them.
There you go.
Mm.
There you go. You gonna
Yes.
take the red pill or the blue pill?
Exactly. Instead of just being friends with somebody and getting to know them, you run right away into jumping into bed with somebody you don't know. And you end up maybe getting pregnant or getting a disease or becoming depressed. Because that's not how you're supposed to live your life. You know, people was like, oh, I don't have to follow this. I don't have to be like you. I don't have to listen to my parents. I don't have to read the Bible. I don't have to do none of this. This is the new age girl. And where is it getting you? Nowhere. You're getting nowhere. You know, I make my own rules. Now I'm going into a different subject, but I don't want to work a 9 to 5. You know, I can make money on certain sites showing myself. You know, but you got to be a real special person with a special talent to do this kind of thing. You know, and a lot of people, when they doing the social media thing, they also have jobs, other jobs. This generation don't want to do none of these things. They don't want to work. They don't want to work. They don't want to wait. They don't want to do anything that normal people do. And they wonder why they're so miserable.
So you're saying that this generation doesn't want to work? Is what you're saying?
Many of them know. I know a lot. Of course, I know a lot of young people, and they don't. They feel like they can go on. They can, go on, open up their own, channel, and just do that. But not realizing, not talking to anybody about how this thing works, or having the dedication to it, or being willing, like I said, to work 2 jobs and allow their channel to build up. They don't want to do any of that kind of work. They don't want to go to college. They don't want to go to school. Then you have the internet is giving them answers for everything. They don't know how to think. You give them a simple multiplication problem, they will go on Google before they think about it. So this generation is really, a lot of them are screwed up. And many of them have good parents, but they got this strong influence on them of social media and whoever they're hanging with. And then you have a result of a lot of young people who are not in a position to marry, or in a position to have a good job, or to be consistent, or have any good qualities to help them succeed in life. I don't knock anybody that lives at home with their parents, but if you live at home with your parents because you don't want to go to school to do better for yourself, that's a problem.
Hold on, Maria. I thought you was done.
I was braising beef roast.
Hello.
Hi. I have my meals scheduled, so I was in the process of checking on what I gotta do to
as long as
prepare.
But
look. No, we're separated. That's not even a factor. We're separated. I do me, he does him. That's not a factor. It's just that.
Do you love him?
Of course, he's family.
Okay. So
yeah, he's family.
That's more than enough. But what's happening?
Okay, I wanted to respond to what the young lady was saying about children not having a sense of incentive for reality. And I was wondering if parents are to blame because there are children, when you ask them what they want to do, they literally don't know what they want to do. When the answer is simple: make money, make as much money as you can while you can. That's the answer. And these children, because they have been provided for
Yep.
in such a way that gives them the subconscious of everything will be all right, they don't take their future and they don't have the type of forward thinking necessary to plan for adverse events. And that's the way I'm going to put it. I'm not going to say that we just throw them away. I'm not going to say that. What I'm saying is that at some point you get so spoiled in your situation and circumstance where you think everything's going to be all right. Okay? And that leads you to not taking forward thinking seriously. Does
That's
that
an
make sense?
excellent point.
Yeah, they don't take forward
Excellent
thinking
point.
seriously because
And you know what I want
everything
to
has
say?
always been all right.
I want to say that it's my generation's fault because my generation, we were told we can be anything we wanted to be. And that was just pure lies. You can't be anything you want to be. If you want to be the president of the United States, that's probably not likely to happen.
Why not?
You know, because we live in a country where you can do things, but everything is not available for you. Well,
Okay.
we were told that we can do whatever we want.
You know, the
And
word
that was
president is a trigger word for me, right?
oh, sorry.
Because I look at, no, in a good way. I look at Barack Obama
Mhm.
and how it would seem that the deck was stacked against him. But here comes this wave of acceptance, appreciation, and encouragement by all types of people, wise and ignorant. Everybody congregating together. Like, we got to let this man be the face of where we want him to be. And what I will say is there is a such thing as fate. FATE. There is a such thing as fate. There
Mhm.
was no other time in history that brother could have pulled that off.
That's
No
true.
other time in history. He, for whatever reason, as fate would have it, in that time in history, he pulled it off. And I don't attribute that to his Harvard education. I don't attribute that to his charisma. I attribute that to he, for some strange reason, was born to implement fate in the fashion that it was delivered. Do you believe in fate? I believe in
I
fate.
I do, but what you're saying, I'm not going to say it completely, but I have like thoughts that go into left field a little bit when it comes to Barack Obama or other people. I believe in the Illuminati. I believe that that's there, and I
But
believe that
people didn't care about that. They didn't care. They, like my grandmother, for instance, God rest her soul. Like, he could have had a closet full of dead cats, and she still would have voted for him. Like it was just a particular
hmm
time in history that demanded his presence, and he was able to take advantage of it. He didn't mean nothing good for black people. He just rode the wave of an opportunity. He's a human being. He rode the wave of an
good
opportunity
point.
because he had the credentials. Period. He doesn't care
Good
about
point.
black people. Who are we kidding? He doesn't.
But
But what he
you're
does
right.
care about is whether or not his offspring are safe. He cares about that.
That's true. I said that to say
Sorry.
that we should have been thinking
Sorry.
about. Sorry.
I'm so sorry. I had to beat somebody's butt real quick. But go ahead with y'all lovely conversation.
No, I just want to say that we should have been teaching our children how to make money. We should have been teaching our children.
Absolutely.
Not
instead
follow
of
your
instead of
dream.
sitting them in front of a TV to watch Sesame Street and Soul Train.
Yes.
We
And give
sat them
them
in
a
front of a
tablet.
TV to watch Sesame Street and Soul Train instead of teaching them how to build wealth. Ain't that something?
Yes.
Well, here's the point. Here's the thing, ladies. At one point in time, there was a necessary act to have young kids that were in a mentoring program to do a tour upon colleges, right, and to learn specific things. And then later on, they came up with specific programs so they can go into those specific programs and graduate from these programs. You had what do they call them nowadays? They call them STEM programs, I guess.
Yeah.
And then they had those specific programs, but you had they were free. They were free to learn from. And then after you graduate from those particular programs, then you go to those jobs depending upon what specific job that you picked. But in due time, it was, these specific governors said, well, we didn't have enough funding. We didn't have enough funding for the program. So what you do? You take away those programs and you have what? Chaos.
Right.
It's not a foreign concept that the powers that be don't want to see black people on top. That's not a foreign concept. As long like when it gets to a point where they see certain people access free programs, excel, and dominate, that's when they shut it down.
That's what I was going to say.
There was a time, check this out, y'all. There was a time when there was chapter 7, I think, where you could write off everything and get debt free and keep your stuff. Okay? I don't know which chapter it is because I've never filed for that. But I remember one lady I worked with years ago, she was saying, I got a plan to remodel my house with fine furnishings, including just like fine furnishings and everything sweet she ever wanted in life, and write it off, right? And she was talking about some type of tax write-off, like chapter 7. I don't know if it's 7 or 11, but it's probably 7. But she did it, right? She bought all kinds of stuff to furnish her place just the way she wanted it, and then she filed for bankruptcy. She kept all her stuff, all of it, and we talking about some nice up-to-date stuff.
Wow.
And she was able to keep it. And then, 2 years later, they changed the bankruptcy law and erased that chapter. Because black people started finding out how white folks was getting it on.
There you go. All the times that I was able to receive large sums of money was through my white friends. They're the ones who told me how to get it. I know
inside track.
You said
inside track. Inside track.
Exactly. Exactly.
There was somebody similar to that, yeah.
Or you would never know. A lot of things that I've learned, that money that I was entitled to, I didn't know unless particularly a Jewish friend, told me. But I wanted to say that, after the Great Depression, the president at that time said, let's create some programs so people can have jobs, right? And they kept those programs going, and they turned into like construction what do you want to call it, like electricians and road workers and all that kind of stuff, right? Up until, as you said, when black people were able to start getting into some of those programs. By the time I got out of high school, those programs started to whittle down to none. I was in a program that was really basically for white men. And they did everything to try to get me out. And the only reason why I left is because I got pregnant and I couldn't do it anymore.
Speaking of pregnancy, do you know that when I applied, what was that? It was something where you get to be off work and still get paid while you're pregnant.
PTO?
FMLA,
FMLA.
Yeah, right. So you have to get a doctor's endorsement, pretty much. It's like you got to get, this written confirmation that they endorse to your employer for them to receive that congressional sanctioned benefit, right? It's a congressional sanctioned benefit, but the gatekeeper is the doctor, right? Do you know that doctors were denying black women FMLA?
I agree. I believe it.
They were denying black women that. It's a study, and it's like more black women were denied FMLA, after pregnancy than other ethnicities.
Speaking of FMLA, let me check mine.
And my question is, how do you dispute that? Like that's what I want to know, the inside track. It's like any event that a black woman faces underlining discrimination,
Sure.
for those benefits, how does she dispute it?
Sometimes you can't, because you can't prove it.
And
if you can prove it, and they're all on the same team, especially like the judge and the lawyer, they buddies. Ain't nothing you can't get past them.
It's the attending physician discretion to afford you a congressional benefit, and people need to know how to dispute it with no out of pocket cost. That's no, it's like there are out of pocket costs to override discrimination. We need to talk about that kind of shit.
You need a good lawyer.
But lawyers cost money.
Not all the time. If they feel as though they have a pretty good chance that you'll win, they'll just take the money after they win.
Well, I got FMLA, and they don't
idealistically.
The employers don't have the right to not have to know about your business, your personal business. Your personal business, your personal business. You can take FMLA of it if you want. Just don't abuse it. That's what I say. Don't abuse the shit.
But the attending physician is the key as to whether or not it's going to be a smooth ride or denial. And that's a problem, because what is that attending physician's history of approving FMLA for others, but all of a sudden not for you? And those are the types of discovery information that you have to be in tune with in order to fight your case.
Well, everybody got to be on your team, Everybody that's involved has to be on your team in order for you to win. And that's just the long and short of it, because we're black. That's just how it goes.
And I guess what I'm saying is they enjoy to see us struggle. They enjoy it. They like, let me see how they gonna get out of this one. That is their mentality. And when you actually believe that and walk through life knowing that, you prepare yourself to defend against it. And unfortunately, these young people are not being taught the realization that every day is a possible there's a possibility that at any given day you're going to have to defend yourself, and you need to be prepared for it. So when we talk about kids that don't want to work, that don't want to do nothing because we've provided for them, we've got them every game console they can imagine. They never went hungry. They've never had to do without. So their mentality is everything will be all right. And we're not preparing them for, just in case everything won't be all right, this is what you do.
That's true. That's America for you. Other countries are not like that.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have nothing to fall back on. No government resources or parents who have money
Just
or
in
house or
case
anything.
everything won't be all right,
Yeah.
this is what you do. We have to teach them that. Um, I've talked to so many young people that don't know what they want to do, and it's like, what? You make money until your money works for you. That's what you do.
Amen to that.
This is America, damn it.
You can lead a horse to the water, but you can't make him drink.
I got a relative. She wanted to quit every job that she didn't get along with her coworkers.
Wow.
I was like, "Are you serious?
The people
You
skills.
don't understand that this employment position is a springboard for you to save money in order for you to pursue what it is that you enjoy doing."
Right.
That's all it is. It's like, it's just you dedicate your time, you earn money for it, and you invest by saving. You save and then you invest. You you have to have a forward thinking plan. But a lot of people, because they've been cared for, they can only think in the moment. They can only think in the moment.
And what makes me happy? They live their life based on what makes them happy, not what responsibility is. Like you said, your family member is leaving jobs because they can't get along with people at work.
Mm-hmm.
She's not understanding that is a paycheck. That is money. You're there for money, not for friendship.
Not for friendship.
Job's not supposed to make you happy. I never heard of a person saying, "I'm wake up in the morning because I got a happy job." No,
you get through your day unscathed, and you get paid, and you do it again until you accumulate what you need to not have to do it anymore.
There you go.
Yes.
Buy property and rent it. Get your credit up. Buy property, rent it out.
Real estate, love it.
Right, you know what I'm saying? That's what I teach my daughter. But even I'll even say with my daughter, very just too pampered, especially by my mother. Because she gives her everything. My daughter always knows, no matter what she does, she's gonna have a warm place to sleep. And
I want to share with y'all.
Mm-hmm.
I want to share with y'all. I'm sorry for that. Y'all just dropping jewels right now. Oh, just all these wonderful ladies and gentlemen are just dropping lovely jewels. But I want to share something with you, and this is of very much of importance.
Be sitting here with the president of the Powernomics Corporation of America and the author of Powernomics, the national plan to empower
Dr. Anderson.
Dr. Claude Anderson. It's an honor to be here with you, sir.
And it's a honor to be with you, Chico.
I appreciate you, man. Now, let's go ahead and get to it. We're going to talk about black capitalism today because I don't think that there's any better source to get some answers from than you. So let's get it on kicked off. First question, is capitalism cap?
Yes.
It is.
You know why?
Why?
Because it was built into the United States Constitution. in 1789. In the United States Constitution, that was the first affirmative action plan in the entire United States. It was an affirmative action plan primarily for whites.
Dr. Anderson be ripping new assholes.
Who had
I love him.
whites. Y'all don't know that.
Man,
That's what started it. That's what started
Don't trip
affirmative
us.
action. Was white started. In the Constitution, the amendments 1 through 12, that is an affirmative action plan for whites to give them everything they wanted, period. That's what it was for. And so when that was approved, as a matter of fact, they wrote the Constitution, they had 57 people that came to the United States, very wealthy whites from Europe. And you all call them founding fathers. Those are rich white came here to what? To use that to make more wealth for themselves. And then out of 57, about 54 participated in drafting the United States Constitution. 3 of them, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, and Alexander Hamilton. And they told him, so you 3 write up the Constitution of the United States. And they wrote in there exactly, here's what we want. And what did they want? They met for a whole week in Philadelphia. And they put guards on the doors and bars on the windows so nobody could hear this discussion. Discuss how can we write a constitution that says this is an open country for freedom and opportunities for everybody. At the same time, we're talking about enslaving people and using them. And they said, here's what we do. When we write this constitution, we use very broad, ambiguous language. One for language for whites and one for black folk. Now, when they talk to use these very broad, ambiguous terms, that was for whites. When blacks, they use words that blacks couldn't figure out. 3/5 of a human being, equal to a field animals. Those who are indebted, those who are obligated in the labor class. See, all that was talking about black folk. John Adams and Alexander Hamilton asked Thomas Jefferson, so you write best. You wrote the Bill of Rights. We like that fancy language. You write it, put it together, and give it back to us. And use all those broad terms, stuff like all human beings have a God-given right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. They didn't went there for no damn happiness. Nobody was sailing across the river for happiness. They were coming there for impersonal enrichment.
Right.
And after he approved the Constitution, then those 3 people with the founding fathers sent out messages to all those 5 groups that have been in that race trying to get across the ocean to build a new land, and told them, send us your people. And the emphasis they use, let's put that at the bottom of the Statue of Liberty. Give us your tired, those who don't want to work anymore. Give us your poor, those who don't have any money. What England and France and 2 other countries did, they clean out their prisons, their mental institutions, and their almshouses with poor people to send them to the United States.
And I bet you they didn't put that in the Hamilton play on Broadway.
No.
Left that right on out. They didn't put none of that in there. But with that being said, well, you know, as you always talk about, 87% of wealth is locked into white society. So we are competing for 13% of the wealth.
Right.
So with the racial wage gap, is there such thing as black capitalism? Can there be black capitalism with only 13% of the wealth to be competed for?
Oh, yes. It's going to be hard to get it now. We'd have had some leadership sending us after the key things that we must have to be a competitive group of Americans to survive, and that is wealth. You see, they didn't focus on wealth. And the only time they came close to focus on wealth was back in 1865. That came out by some very key radical Republicans, white congressmen, who says right now our primary responsibility since we won the Civil War is to reverse the Dred Scott decision of 1857. The Dred Scott decision says that no black man has any rights that a white man is bound to respect. And what he was talking about was that you're not even citizens. And all the resources we got in this country, you're not entitled to it, because now we're going to set up a social construct called a Constitution. And in that Constitution, it's going to decide between 2 group of people. Those who will be aligned with us and be a part of us, and those who will be in opposition to us. And so the next year in 1790, 1 year later, Congress approved what they call the first nationalization and immigration law, which says this is a white nation, and anybody coming to this country must be white, period.
Just a little something for you.
Very interesting. He dropped some knowledge right there.
Dr. Anderson.
And if you think you're by yourself, you got to be fucking kidding. That's why you have to be a competitive group.
You know why I like it? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was thinking before I joined the live stream how much I hate, and I don't use the word hate very often. I hate that he's getting older, you know, and I'm thankful for the media recordings that he's affording us, because it's very powerful. It's so powerful, you know, and the way he expresses it and the way he delivers inspiration for people to think, it's phenomenal. And I'm not just talking about this clip. I'm talking about the catalog of his life. You know, he's getting older, and realistically speaking, we don't have much longer for him to be present. You know, so that brings some sadness to me. At the same time, he's a legend, and as long as we have access to these recordings, this one in particular, and those, you know, in the past, he will always be a reference source.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm not gonna leave anybody else out.
God bless Anderson.
Yes, of course, and his wife, which years ago,
his wife,
I had written Dr. Claude Anderson, and his wife written me a letter. I have to find that freaking letter.
She's his backbone.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do not forget Dr. Ashwa Kwesi as well.
I
There's
love
something
that
about
because, it's very sobering, right? To me, when I look at information like that, it's not insulting. It is what it for me. I'm thinking it is what it is.
It's the facts.
It's facts. So what that does is it helps me to logically put my life in the parameters that it should be in. If I see that it's not for me, if I can see that, you know, this country is not for me, but I still have opportunity, I'm gonna just get in where I fit in, you know. But I'm not. I'm going to be balanced in the way I'm thinking. I'm not going to be walking around here thinking, oh, I'm going to rise up and I'm going to be walking around with these rich white people. That's not going to happen. But I don't care, because, I mean, I hate to say it, but this is still one of the greatest countries in the world. You can come here, get an education, make some money, have a nice house. You know what I mean? You can still live a decent life, even if this country is not for us.
It sounds like that white woman I had a discussion with years ago.
You said?
I said, you sound like that white woman I had an argument with a few years ago. He said, even though, you know, there's still racism in this country, you know, I wouldn't, because people were stomping on American flags back then and burning them right in the white folk. They're like, I would never burn the American flag.
But you agree with me that it is what it is, right? Like, there's nothing that we can do to change that, not individually or in a small group, because this has been going on for hundreds of years. It's indoctrinated. It's put in the system of the government of where we should be and where they should be. So there's only certain places that you're only going to be able to go but so far before you hit a roadblock. But you can still get somewhere. You can still get somewhere.
Not necessarily true, because people have overthrown the government before. Now,
yeah, but as a group, yes.
Did you see what happened? Obviously, you seen what happened when Trump was in office, and what it mainly happened. All that was not fake. That was real. That was really real. Now, just imagine just like what they did in the Capitol back in Lansing, Michigan, where I'm from, when all those white people took over the Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
What makes you think that black people have a chance of doing the exact same thing that those people in Washington did?
Oh no.
You have a very nice chance. The only thing is, you need allies. Who are your allies? People like you.
If black people tried to climb the White House like that, they would have been shot down.
Yeah. And that's why I said you need allies.
Exactly. You got to think about the fact that, America, they've teamed up. I'm not sure if you know this, but they've teamed up with UK or Great Britain. They work together, and they have a strong military and a strong a naval, whatever you want to call it.
I know
Very powerful. They use it to bully other countries. So when I say what I say, it's not about me being a brown noser or being an Oreo cookie. It's about the facts. They have a strong military. They bully people. If you try to come up against them too hard, they might hurt you. You understand what I'm saying? And they're saying Black Panthers did it, but where are they now? Black Panthers have been dismantled. There was another group called Move.
Not all of them.
Move?
Not all of them.
Have you heard of Move? From
No.
the 70s? Move was basically a man who had a big compound. They were black, and they said, we're going to live like Africa here in America, right? And he was growing and being successful. Well, white policemen came in there and said, well, the way you're raising your children is neglect and child abuse. Although they were just raising their children the way Africans raise their children in Africa. So it got to a point where they basically broke in there, arrested people, killed people, and shut the place down. So we got to be realistic when we talk about the things that we want to change. You understand what I'm saying? And how we go about it. If you want something to change, it can't be based on emotion and anger. It has to be based on logic. And if the other person is stronger than you, you have to be willing to make concessions. You have to be able to be logical. And work with them. You don't go all militant and telling somebody in their country what you want them to do. It don't work like that.
No, not in their country.
You have to move with wisdom. You gotta move with wisdom.
I'm not saying going in anybody's country and doing all that. You're gonna get executed. No. You learn from past tense. Like when Cleaver went to, I think he went to France.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was a sign of betrayal to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because damn, I'm blanking on the brother's name. But ultimately, you paid the price for other people to look at you and resort you and say, this is the things that the mistakes that they did, in which we will not be participating in, which we will not be doing, especially in this day and era where everything is being watched. You are being watched. I'm being watched.
Yes.
And
absolutely.
We learn from their mistakes, and we move accordingly.
Yeah.
But everybody has to be on one accord.
Yes.
Even if it starts with 4 individuals. If it starts with me, you, and other 2 and some other people, two more people, we can agree on one thing and we can disagree on another. But what is the common thing that we agree with? Right? And if we agree on that one thing, we can work wonders, and we can work for years and years and years if everybody were to attend and see the same and participate in the same formula.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
But you have to have people to agree.
And
Like
I think,
say for example, and this is touchy.
mhm.
Uh eh, ah, this is real touchy. What do you say to a person that's a woman that's being raped and beaten, and she's pregnant with the rapist's child? Does she have a right to delete that child, or does she have a right to keep the child? I, a man, say yes. Her body, her choice. She gets the right to keep it or delete it. I would prefer to keep it, but it's all about the psyche of the woman.
Yeah.
That if she's dramatized, then I don't think she would make that decision if because I believe in pro-life, but at the same time, I believe in a woman's right if she is being demoralized like that. Now, you got those people who think, no, that's in the human life. You're correct, but at the same time, she was forced. Her legs were forced. Her will was being taken away, and she never asked for that baby. So, if we can, and that's the one thing that is hard. It's hard enough to figure out. Are we for pro-life or are we for pro-choice? That's the hard part. So if we get everybody who is for pro-choice, then we're going to have to agree with that notion, right? It's not so much as this. Oh, you're gonna make the decision without me to terminate my baby? No. It's not necessary. That's not the case.
Yeah,
it's not the case at all. If she's terminating the baby and y'all together and y'all decide to get married, but then y'all break it off, but you're already pregnant, or in this case, with I forgot what the dude's name was. He was on some type of crazy ass show. It was Black Ink. This dude got this girl pregnant, and because of it, his attitude towards her, and he was like, man, forget that girl, blah, 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 blah. But he realized that, she's pregnant, you brought a baby into this world, handle your responsibility, not necessarily with her. He found out that she terminated the baby. He was demoralized.
Wow. He didn't have a choice in the matter.
He didn't have a choice in the matter. Wow. I'm not talking about that. I am specifically talking about if a woman is being taken beyond her will, if she has her legs pried open forcefully, and she's being beaten with the inch of her life, and she gets pregnant by that murderer, she has the right to do whatever she wants. She has the right to keep it. She has the right to end
it. Interesting. Very interesting.
And that's the thing that we need to decide. We need to decide on. And it's just like what's it called? Progression reform. But I just say this: the Second Amendment. Everybody was all talking about the Second Amendment. Second Amendment right, the right to bear arms. Do we accept that right to bear arms, or do we get rid of the guns? Well, you're going to have a lot of angry white folks out there. A lot of angry
right.
And you're like, what are we doing here? But everybody's got a gun now. Everybody and their mama got a gun now. So what do so again? But it's a useful tool. It's a tool to either save a life or take a life.
Yes. Yeah.
What and I'm asking, out of all that participate in group meetings, what are you willing to do? What can we agree on? What can we disagree on? But ultimately, what can we agree on?
I think it's just too much disagreement. Like, with so many different human beings and their whole maybe experience and history and frame of mind. I don't know that everyone can just think in agreement. And I always think there's going to be, particularly in the Black community, there's going to be some outside group that's going to keep planting discord among us. As soon as we start talking in unison, then all of a sudden something is dropped in there to keep us apart, to get us arguing and fighting. You know what I mean?
Well, so we can always spot those. I can always spot those in the room and be like, okay, all right, you got anything? It's a simple. Get it? It's as simple as that. Get him out the room.
It's like
put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him the fuck out of here.
You know,
you ever seen Scarface?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I would love to see, you know, not just the Black community, but people hate when I say this. Everybody. I wish, you know, that it's not realistic right now, but I wish that everybody would get along, because I feel like we're all God's children. We all come from Him, and we're all related somehow, from one man and one woman. So why are we treating each other like this? Why are we so separated from each other like this?
I'll tell you why. But we can all get along if we're at the swingers clubs. We can all get along there.
Yeah, but to your question, why can we all get along? Well, it starts from, of course, slavery. When do you know that you were worth more than 10, I think it was 10 cents? You were worth so much to a slave owner that you were labeled as property.
Yes.
So being worth 10 cents, each and every single person was worth 10 to 20 cents, depending upon the age, depending upon the strength and the will of a person. If you were a disfigured person, you were worth less than 10 cents. And then this thing called the Willie Lynch thing, where people say it's fake. I don't think it is, because if you look at the world today, our society today of Black people, what do you see? People arguing amongst each other, old people fighting young people fighting old people, Black men fighting Black women, etc., etc.
Yes.
So when you have one of the strongest, biggest slaves fighting 5 to 6 Europeans and losing, and then getting ripped apart, and having the females and even the children look upon in fear, inferiority becomes a problem. And over time that carries on, because what do we do on Sunday?
We go to church on Sunday, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happened? What happened with slavery? We worked from Monday through Friday, and then Saturday we rest. We drink. We drink to forget who we are. Sunday, we are intimidated by fear because of what is written in the biblical sections.
Mm-hmm.
And it carries on and it carries on. Now, when you have that revolutionary finger like a Nat Turner saying that no, we are not inferior, or I'm going to turn the biblical textures against you, it becomes a problem.
Yes.
And that's why you don't have very many revolutionaries in this world, because either you get those biblical people that our grandfathers and our great grandfathers always say, we fought them hard for you to vote. I'm like, no, you were forced to do all that shit. But when you have figures like Malcolm saying, by any means necessary, we forget what that term means. We forget what that particular term, by any means necessary. We will protect our families. We will protect our communities by any means necessary. We will rebuild our communities by any means necessary. At some point along the line, that right there has been forgotten.
Yeah.
And this is why this is the reason why Pan-African works, because we just don't depend on the people here in America. We depend on our brothers and sisters everywhere, Jamaica, Haitian, everywhere across the globe. Where there's a us, we accept those who accept us.
Yes.
And we build our nations from there. We all know that we have a whole bunch of coonery and buffoonery around. We don't have to necessarily listen to them, even though they just talk a whole bunch of BS. But I would just say the reason why you don't get along right now is everybody's waking up all at once to all the information that's being put on the internet, and they're trying to figure things out. But I have a little birdie in my ear, and it's telling me they want you to know the information that they put on Google. I guess is the reason why they don't have the particular libraries that are there aren't there anymore. Your Black history is there anymore because you don't have the books that are available. You think all the information is sitting right here in this desk, and go and typing over your computer, like they want you to know that.
Yes. I
Just
tell
like
you what, in the white neighborhood
now, they don't want those jobs anymore. They're giving them to you on a whim. Guess what?
What
they
job?
Don't need anything. You got carpenter jobs. Most of those carpenter jobs are given to the old people that they're drinking buddies that they're used to for like 10 to 20 years.
Yes.
Of course, they might consider putting in a sprinkle of black here or a sprinkle of black there. They might do that just because they don't want people to know that they're racist.
Right.
But come on, look at your percentages. Your percentages are low.
Yes.
Low indeed. But you don't want to read the books, and you don't want to inherit the things that were being told to you years ago by historians And then you wonder why you get assholes that say Harriet Tubman didn't exist.
Wow. This is stupid. People are stupid.
So they're now questioning our history, and they're now saying that should we continuously talk about Black history? Yes, you should. But why? Our Black culture is trash. No, it isn't. You just continuously inherit the shit that you have right now versus the stuff that was inherited years ago. You forget you have your culture. You have your culture in other places. We weren't just born here. We weren't just raised here. We were raised everywhere else.
Yeah.
You're just concentrating on the trash that's here, and you're putting it in the category of culture. That's not our culture. If you want to think anybody, for example, twerking, if you want to think anybody in that realm, think of Sarah Bartman.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you know who Sarah. I'm sure you know who Sarah Bartman.
Oh, Sarah Bond?
Sarah Bartman.
No, I don't know who that is.
Sarah Bartman was a slave. I don't know where she was from, but she was a particular slave that all white folks were inspired because of how her ass was. Now,
you mean the one where they had children riding on her butt?
Yep.
Oh, that's
she
her.
Was basically gifted, and she used that necessary gift to carry food for the village, carry her children, carry the children on her back. They use her backside, and they used her as a guinea pig, and she was so distraught. I think she had ended up killing herself at the end, and then they took her body and they experimented on
her. That's horrible.
The same thing they did with Nat Turner. The same thing they did with Patrice Lumumba. Studying your DNA, studying your melanin.
You know what though? I do want to say this. You know, the first world power was in Egypt. They were Africans, and they enslaved people too. Africans have been.
What's the difference between their slavery and white and European slavery?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Maybe
they try to hide it. Europeans try to pretend like it's not there, but Africans are obvious with you being their slave, and they still do it today, and they do it in many parts of other countries. Slavery still exists in its realest form, and they don't try to cover it up. But America is more like I'm gonna cover it up, and I'm not gonna let people know that I'm racist or that I'm enslaving you. I'm gonna hide it. And I'm going to make it like you're the reason why you're in this situation. It's because of you, not because of me. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you live here and you only have this education and you can't get this job because you're lazy, because of this or because of that. When in actuality, they held it back from you through racism and slavery. Other countries, including Africa, when they enslave you, you're going to know about it. And they don't care if you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So slavery wasn't always bad. I'm a believer in the Bible. There were slaves in the Bible, and they were treated very well. Some people chose to be slaves because they were happy in their master's home. Slavery is not a bad thing. It's only bad when you mistreat the person. The word slave has become such a bad word because people have misused and mistreated people under slavery. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So, I want to hear you correctly. So you saying that all slavery wasn't bad?
According to the Bible. Are you a Bible reader?
Yes, I am.
In the book of Leviticus, if you read through that, there were laws that God gave to those who owned slaves or those who chose to be a slave.
Interesting.
Yep.
When you know the book, the Bible has been the languages have been changed over 1,000 times over, and I can honestly tell you that if I were a scholar, which I am not, I would ask you specifically, where is the original book? Where's the original text
for the Bible? Well, they weren't. They were written on scrolls. So much of those much of the
from
Bible,
where?
You said?
Scrolls coming from where?
The Dead Sea. They call them the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's where they came from. Those scrolls were then turned into a book or Bible form to make it easier to find different scriptures instead of unrolling and looking for different scriptures. But they're called the Dead Sea Scrolls.
And those Dead Sea Scrolls, weren't they depicted from Africa, or excuse me, Kemet, which is now Egypt?
Let's see, Dead Sea. Let me look it up right now.
If you notice that some of those scriptures came from those particular what you call it, I have it right there in my head. I can't even say it.
The Dead Sea is in the Middle East.
Okay. Slavery was bad for us. Yeah. People say slavery is a bad term. Of course, it was a bad term, but again, for Europeans that were enslaved by Africans, the Africans treated Europeans like, it was a day at the park sometime, which you gave them.
Would it surprise you if I told you that Africans did have Europeans as slaves? Africans had Europeans as slaves. African countries have been in power for hundreds and hundreds of years, over 1,000 years. This country, the United States, is one of the younger world powers.
It's only 300 years old.
Right. But in Africa, they had empires for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. And they enslaved Europeans. They enslaved Africans. They enslaved people from the Middle East. They enslaved the Asians. They enslaved a lot of people. They did the same thing.
Not necessarily the same thing.
If the tables were turned, sometimes the way, and I'm not talking about you, and I have these conversations a lot with Black people. Some Black people are very proud. And if the tables were turned, and if they were in Africa, and if they were enslaving other people, they wouldn't mind. They're only angry about the slavery and the way Black people are being treated because they're under that system. But if the roles were reversed, they would be fine with it.
Of course, and again, like I said, I mean, you did have slavery from Africans in that at that particular time, but I ask you, what's the difference between African slavery and European slavery? African slavery, yes, white people were doing the work, but they were also treated like it was a day at the park. I mean, they were shown how to take baths. They were given certain resources.
That's true.
And then over time, the tables were turned because you had different tribes in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Different tribes and of different African descents. And so, and over time, there were certain slaves, not all, but there were certain African people who were captured and enslaved.
Mm-hmm.
And you say, and there's
that's in the Bible. Yeah.
Nah. And then later on, and of course, and if we're going to talk about it, yes, there were some black slave owners.
Absolutely.
And people who came here, they were here in the United States of America. One of them was Anthony Johnson, became the earliest and documented slave owner in the mainland American colonies when he won the civil suit. Right, and the other one was John Caesar.
Interesting.
There were at least 3,775 blacks, including mixed race slave holders in the South.
Very interesting.
Very large number.
So
because they wanted that property. They wanted to be free, and in order to be free, and they say it wasn't all that bad. Yes, it was, because black owners treated their black slaves probably just as bad as blacks, or just as bad as white.
Right.
So if we're gonna learn, we gotta learn the whole thing in totality.
Oh yes. I even wanted to mention how, Europeans, how they learned to treat African slaves in America. I mean, they were doing that to each other in Europe. The same crap that they were doing, the same stuff that they were doing to Africans in America, they were doing to each other in Europe before they ever got to North America. Beating each other and twisting each other on these different torture chambers and stuff like that. You'd be surprised.
Oh, yeah.
So, oh yes, it's documented. I mean, you can even go on YouTube and look at that. You don't even have to go to a library to see how they treated each other. So,
But here's the thing that killed it all. When European slaves took over, they emancipated it. They magnified it to the point where they were going to dominate forever, which 60%, I would say 50 to 60% of Europeans have taken over this country and other countries for centuries.
Absolutely, they run the thing.
But here's the glorifying fact of us: because they cannot mate any more of them. They specifically like to use the black woman as their breeding mate because of their melanin. Because of
I thought you was gonna say because they have the highest rate of what do you call it? When people are dealing with incest or cousin to cousin.
Well,
I forget what it's called.
I don't think if they make a baby by that, I mean, is the baby gonna survive?
Yeah, it's like a maybe, maybe not. But I went to this seminar.
No.
Uh-huh.
No, I wasn't gonna say that. I wasn't gonna say that at all.
Okay.
But even though some of them do sleep with their cousins and brothers and sisters and all that other stuff, that's incest for real. Like Donald Trump, looking at his daughter real weird, like whatever.
Yes.
And he has done that before. So, well, you just gotta be number one. You gotta be conscious about the shit, and you gotta take things with a grain of salt. Because right now, it's like I said, this generation. I forgot what generation it was. Generation Y or Z or whatever it is.
Yeah.
They're just now coming here trying to figure things out. And they're mad at us Gen Zers. They're mad at us Gen Z. Or excuse me, Gen Xers. They're mad at us Gen Xers. They're like, you're supposed to do this, do that, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm saying, you ungrateful son of bitches.
Yes, thank you. That's my point. It's just getting worse. No government has ever lasted. So I'm interested to see, even if a European government feels as though they're going to last forever, they're just not. No government does. No government ever has. And no human government ever will. But I still believe what I believe about the slavery thing. Slavery has just become a horrible word because of stupid people who don't know how to treat other people. If you have a 9-to-5 job, you are a slave to your boss. You are a slave to your job. Period.
Yeah, you're a slave to your job until you get enough money and get the hell out.
Yeah, but until then, you're still a slave to it. You're a slave to that money.
So how can they unchain themselves?
You said?
I said, how can they unchain themselves necessarily?
Black people?
Uh-huh.
The answer
because
that
I don't want to mistake anyone. I don't want to mistake anyone calling you a coon or nothing like that, because you mean well.
Call you a what?
Calling you a coon or anything like that, because I know you mean well.
I think people take life too seriously. And I think that a lot of black people just want more. I think they see what the other person has and they want what the other person has, instead of just being happy that they have what they have. And when I say that, people get so angry with me. But I always say, if you drop a bunch of complainers in a third world country for a week and see how they live, you'll be coming back.
You know they want you, right?
Huh?
You know they want you, right? They want the woman. They want the feminist woman to act feminine so they can feel good about themselves.
Oh.
And I go, so is that going to inspire you to take over an entire country? Is that where we're going?
You're saying a white person wants me to be submissive?
No, not a white person. Hear what I'm saying? The thing that's being discussed right now with most black channels is that the woman is not feminine enough, or the woman is too damn independent for her own damn good, and it's ruining masculinity, so to speak.
Okay.
And I go,
I don't feel like I don't feel like a woman's lack of femininity should ruin a man's masculinity. I think that he should be able to stand 10 toes down on who he is. I know this is a hard. You said?
I said accountability. Go deeper.
Okay. I feel that a person that gauges their behavior on other people's behavior is a weak person. If you are who you are, be who you are. People don't want to hear that. If you're a kind person, if somebody is rude to you or doesn't treat you right, why should you allow that person to make you bitter or to make you upset?
And that is accountability for what Mr. Steele is saying, that he knows that it's a lot of men out here are not leading to give a woman something to submit to.
No, that's not. I don't agree with that. I believe if you're talking about a black man just has to find a woman who respects him. And what these women say on social media platforms, it does not apply to every woman. That's their thinking, and they don't speak for everyone. You understand what I'm saying?
You see this is the reason why we don't need this many people on platforms, because just as you're agreeing to disagree, this person over here is doing the same thing, but we just minus all the the talking back and forth, and then the insults fly in, and then after the insults fly in, we're kicking people off the panels. We don't need that many people, and this is the reason why I had put it up Venus's video, because I wanted to prove a bit of lack of integrity. We don't have integrity anymore because we have a whole bunch of people on our platform that necessarily don't need to be there.
Yes.
And so we need a minimum amount of people. And if we can just stick to the topic, stick to the topic. Stick to the topic. Stick to the motherfucking topic.
Yeah.
We'll be okay.
I agree.
I always ask people, what do you want? You want some pussy? You want some pussy? You want some pussy? Okay. Come on down here to Tropicana, and I'll definitely hook you up with a girl or two. I ain't taking you down to the Bunny Ranch. The Bunny Ranch is like 5 hours from my house. 5 hours from me. And you're gonna have to pay a pretty penny, but but hey, if that's what you want, that's what you want.
Yeah.
Stimulate, that's gonna stimulate your mind. If this weed that is being sprayed by chemicals, by the way, if you want to smoke some weed, you wanna do something strange, a little piece of chocolate, do what you need to do. But after you're done doing that, come back to reality.
Yeah.
Back to life. Back to reality.
That was my jam.
Come again, put in this work. Because after this, ain't no excuses.
Yes.
I always often say we need to rewrite our history. Did I say rewrite? I said write, create. We need to create our history. I don't mind.
I feel like we've been chatteled. I think it's called cattled, whatever, into groups, black groups and black communities. And America is very diverse. And I'm a firm believer in everybody should just be mixing in and getting along. Doesn't mean you have to be with a white person or Asian person or whatever. But we all have to get along. I think it's so much more than just what's the black community doing? Because you're not going to force the current generation. You're not going to force them to be better inside the communities. They're getting worse. So depending on that, it's like you can't. But if each individual focused on themselves, focused on being a better person, and here's another thing, being forgiving. A lot of people are not forgiving. They feel as though they don't deserve forgiveness. You know,
forgiveness. This man stole $5 from me. He fucked my girlfriend.
Right. It's deep, right? It's deep. And I'm gonna take it. You're not gonna like what I'm gonna say, but I'm gonna say that if a white person treats a black person in a bad way, forgive. Let it go. Because God forgive us all the time. Let it go. And that forgiveness, a lot of times, forgiveness allows other people to change. When you
why the blue fuck would you have something like that dumb?
Oh man. Why is it dumb? When you feed somebody the energy that they're feeding you, it only gets worse. But if you feed them positive energy, then that helps them to reflect on themselves and their own actions. I've seen it. You're right, KJ, you're right. There's a black culture and there's a hood culture. It's true. Black culture is beautiful from head to toe.
Let me get this straight, because you ain't off the hook. So are you saying with a straight face,
yes,
that you're supposed to forgive already?
Oh yes. Forgive your enemy. Yes.
Oh, you know what? Stick around. You're gonna have some fun.
Forgiving.
I want you to stand on everything you just said.
Yep. I've been through a lot too. I've been through a lot.
I bet you have. And again,
and it was hard for me to forgive. It was hard for me to forgive some of the things that have been done to me. If I told you some of the things that have been done to me, you wouldn't even believe me. And I chose to forgive, and it gave me peace. It gave me peace of mind. And those people that I forgave,
it gave you peace of mind. It gave you peace of mind, but it did give you a piece of property. A piece of property that is owned.
They gave me money. Well, I already have property, but they came back and gave me money, or they helped me when
money devaluates over time. Did they give you? Did they give you? I said money depreciates over time. You see what's happening in this economy, right? You see what happened with the infrastructures, right? Each infrastructure that they built by white people, you got to pay for it.
Yep.
Inflation is no joke. So, they gave you money, huh? What does money mean to you? Now, if they gave me gold, if they gave me silver, it means something.
Yes.
Piece of paper that was that was created by Nixon back in those days. That was just to get rid of the silver and the gold and all that, because we don't want competition. We don't want any competition.
Yes.
But you know what?
Come back next. Come back this coming Sunday. Come back and you know, we gonna have a conversation. We gonna have some more of that conversation.
I'll come.
And the title is going to be "Forgive Thou Enemy."
Oh, I would love it. Oh, we gotta go there. We gotta do it.
Okay.
Yes, I'm gonna get some sleep now. I enjoyed this so much. You're gonna do it this Sunday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What
6 o'clock
time?
specific time. Forgive our
I'll
forgive
be
thy
there.
enemy. This is a perfect treat, ladies and gentlemen. Like and subscribe to the channel. Oh boy, we caught this
Have a
one.
good night.
You have a good night, ma'am. You have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have definitely caught us a banger here on the We-On-Loc channel. Like and subscribe to the channel. Become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel as we take it to the next level. Jesus Christ. This has been a banger, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank all for coming, and love y'all. God bless y'all. Y'all have a good night. Get the hell out of here. Get some sleep. Peace.